Nope, sorry, wrong theme song.
You're pretty spot on, though.
Into something strange. Yeah, you got it. You sing it.
Welcome back to GoodFlickas, home of the GoodFlickas. Can you take our critiques? Let's find out as we dive into the one, the only Prisoners. It just felt like fun. I'm enjoying that energy, so let's keep that up.
Keep it going.
Yeah, let's keep that up. Yes, welcome back to GoodFlickas. We will be talking about Prisoners tonight. I am, of course, Matt, joined with I'm just going to say you both because we don't have the bearded loser. He doesn't even get the full name. The bearded loser tonight. I'm, of course, Matt, joined with Brian and Jen tonight. Hi, guys.
Jingle bells, Batman smells, Robin laid an egg. Dun, dun, dun.
Oh, my God. What a great way to start into this, Brian. Thank you for that. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this chat. This is going to be a good one. But I honestly cannot. Jen, this was your pick? Yeah,
Jen's pick.
Yeah. So
took us on a journey.
She did.
Last week, man. Woo, this was a decision.
Didn't know where it was going to go, but it went somewhere. So Jen, it was a complicated situation for how we had landed onto this movie. Ultimately, I'm kind of curious. Why did you pick this over your original pick?
Oh, well, it shows me like all my movies do. And like, when I was on Netflix, like I just couldn't get away from Jake Gyllenhaal. Like so many, I was like, okay, we need to go with that guy because he just keeps up. And then I looked through a couple of the movies and this one just sounded really cool. It was the first one that caught my eye. So I was like, whoa, okay, that. But then there was that other movie that I was curious about. This one won, and I don't know. We'll talk about it.
Yeah. Sorry, I had to mute my microphone to make it a little bit closer to me so I don't have to feel like I'm yelling at you guys. I like it when it's up close. So Jake Gyllenhaal is stalking your Netflix. Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to throw this one out there. It might be on Disney Plus. I'm not sure, but Prince of Persia. Most people give him a lot of crap for this movie, but if you enjoy a action movie based off of a video game, and not many people liked the movie, it's still fun. But Gyllenhaal looking sexy, I'll say that much.
Well, on that note, I'm going to throw out Love and Other Drugs.
Ooh, okay.
You've seen that one?
I haven't.
Oh, well, Jake Gyllenhaal is naked throughout most of it. And also for the men, so is Anne Hathaway.
Oh, I was just about to ask him, like, is that the one with Anne Hathaway? Nice. Okay. Hey, nudity sells, man. Sweet. Yeah. On the subject of your original pick, though, Jen, I still kind of wish you went with it just because that thing looks ridiculous.
Absolutely not. I'm so glad you didn't.
It looks like a bad movie. I'll say that. It looks like a bad movie, but I think that it's probably going to be kind of fun. So a part of me still wants to watch it just for like the campy ridiculousness of it. But
I think I might have had an event that night or something.
Whenever you come to visit, Brian, I'm just gonna like lock the doors and put this movie on. Like you're gonna be trapped with it. I don't remember what it was called. It was the
Devil's Conspiracy.
Devil's Conspiracy. Yeah, interesting one. But we are talking about Prisoners. So let's go ahead and get into that.
Quite different.
Was that
quite different?
Yeah, I'd say quite a bit different. Very different in tone, that's for sure. But actually, you know what? Just on the subject, since I've got the mic and I'm going for it, I'll give my initial thoughts on this movie. So this the clips and like the highlights of this movie have actually been popping up on my Instagram feed for like a month now. So I've been like reading certain things, hearing certain things, seeing certain things. So, but I've never actually seen this movie. So this is a first time watch for me. I kind of knew what the premise was, but it'd been a long time since I watched a trailer or anything. Mostly I was surprised at how long ago this movie came out, which we'll get into that when we hit fun facts. But I was really interested in this movie. I'll admit I watched it last night. It was one of the reasons that I stayed up so late and only got 3 hours of sleep. There are multiple reasons, but that's one of them.
Proud of you. Way to think of us and be prepared.
Well, I'll say this. I had planned to only watch like an hour to an hour and a half of it, take a break, and then try and watch the rest of it. And I was like, you know what? I just can't stop. So it was one of those things, and I it's partially because of the pacing of this movie. I will say it is so damn slow, but it's clearly done for a reason, and I think it's effective. The storytelling of this is really, really well done. The cinematography is good. Like there's a lot to really like about this movie, but it's definitely not for everyone. And I would say that's based off of content, pacing, style. Like this is not a blockbuster movie, but if you are into this kind of style, if you're into this eerie creepiness of drag it out and feel uncomfortable kind of stuff, spot on. This movie's really great. But yeah, I didn't write a ton of notes. I wrote a few things down, but this was one because there's not a whole lot of stuff happening as far as dialogue and things, not a ton of notes, but ultimately I did enjoy this movie. I don't think it's one that I'm going to be like super praising or give it a ton of hype or anything like that when people ask me about it, but I won't say it's a bad movie. It's not for everyone, but it's a good movie. I didn't actually write my score down, but I did put it up in this guy. And I think I'm still kind of in the being a little bit critical of the movies, like trying to be a little bit more critical and not just give such fluff scores to them. So this one, it's good, but it's not exactly my cup of tea. I've got a few little things that I hopefully with nitpicks and complaints and stuff that we go through with the chat tonight, we'll kind of work some stuff out. But I didn't just love this movie. I like it. It's okay, but don't know the next time I'll watch it. I ended up giving this a 3.95. It's like, it's good. It's got a lot of good stuff about it, but ultimately it didn't draw me in, and it left me with some questions that I will not get answers for. And that's a little bit frustrating.
All right. Prisoners. I've watched it a couple times. So this is not a first watch for me. And I mean, there's just a lot of things that jump out at me about this one. First and foremost, it's how real it feels. It's like you're watching a movie, but you almost start to question, am I really watching a movie, or am I watching like a live documentary that's going on right now? And I give so much credit to the actors for doing that, as well as the director, the cinematographer, the tone, the color, the usage, or the color usage in this movie is so on point with how you should be, with how it makes you feel. Just an excessive amount of rain, blues, grays, just so dark and gloomy, and all of it. It just meshes so perfectly with the story that's being told. And performances are just insanely good. But when you start breaking down the cast, it's no surprise as to the type of performances that you are delivered. And then that's kind of a I've got my notes, things to talk about in detail, but I don't want to give away too much right now. That's all I can really think of off the top of my head. This one I gave a 4.1 out of 5. It's not like it's not an all-star banger movie, but it certainly is up there when it comes to just the delivery, the execution, everything that they're going for. I would say I've done my homework to provide comments to back up the score that I've given.
Oh yeah, I like that you and I are pretty close. I'm like, cool.
Mhm.
I don't feel like such a jerk.
All right. So Prisoners, I've never heard of it, never watched it in my life, and this one is
Did you just say never watched it?
I might have. Words are hard.
I wasn't gonna say nothing.
Never heard of it, never watched it.
Whatever.
Hey, it's been a long day.
It was my day off. I have no excuse.
You know what? Though? Sometimes those days off are the most exhausting.
Very true. Anyway, so I thanks, Matt. You tried.
Got you, Jen.
So yeah, I've never seen it.
I think you mean seen it.
And this one is I'm torn because I enjoyed it. I kept watching it. It's like I couldn't not watch it, but then there were times where it's like this is too much for me. Like it was just too much because I don't like I don't like not knowing what's gonna happen or like having any clue and just like the random. I guess that's probably giving props to the movie, just like the random camera work. I don't know what it's called, but it just like made you grip the edge of your seat, and then it's like, why did I now I feel stupid? You know, like there was that. It's like the Winchester Mystery House of movies. It is. And with that being said, I'm torn of what my score is gonna be. I'll let me talk it out. So when I was like watching it, I was like, oh, it's like a 2 movie, and like because it just kept going on, and it was almost too much. But then it's like I was drawn into the story of it, and I wanted to know like what the heck is gonna happen. So then I bumped it up to like a 3.5. And then I was like sat on it a little bit, and now I'm like between 3 and 3 and 3 and 5, and I don't know what to choose. So we're gonna go with a 3.6.
Okay. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I mean, we're all kind of like right in the same area, not too far off.
I mean, this is the thing about Prisoners is it's Matt, you said it's a slow burn, but it is so good at like grasping emotions and pulling it out of you. One thing that I love to do is before this, I'll go on like YouTube and I'll see if there's people have done what they call reactions. Are you guys familiar with reactions?
Videos? Yeah.
Yeah. It's so funny, especially movies like this, where it's like it's supposed to pull emotion from you. It's supposed to make you feel so uncomfortable. It's supposed to make you feel like what is going to happen next. Reaction videos crack me up because I compare myself to others, and I would have the most boring reaction video. I'd just be like, we're like, I don't know. But like I watched some reaction video, and this girl looked like she was about to go into a panic attack on her feed. I'm like, you're not looking good, girl. Like you're looking pretty sweaty.
Can we see it? Can we see it?
Oh, it's like 30 minutes long. It's
Oh my gosh, never mind.
Yeah. But it's just, I don't know. Like there's something about just seeing different people's reactions from the movie that that you watched, and it really, like, listening to you, John, it goes to show exactly how much emotion this movie does pull from people. And I guess sometimes I tend to forget. I'm like, oh, okay. So people do react to these things.
It's funny you bring up the reaction videos. I haven't actually watched any of those in a while, but a lot of like on YouTube, the people that I follow, like, so have you heard of New Rock Stars? They are fantastic, especially if you like the nerdy stuff, like so like Marvel, Star Wars, those kinds of things.
Oh, okay.
They lean into that on New Rockstars, but they just started a new channel not too long ago that I think they actually call it the Deep Dive. I can't remember, but that's where like they go into all kinds of stuff.
That's our turf.
Well, you know, everybody's derivative of everybody, so it's all good. But
it just goes down to who's prettiest.
Yes, but I really like what they do because they do a lot of like live reaction. Like they'll watch something for the first time and then react to it, respond to it, and those are always fun. But another guy that I like, which I haven't watched him in a long time. Oh God, now I'm blanking on his name. It's nostalgic. The nostalgia critic. I think it's seeing I'm blanking on name. It's been that long, but the nostalgia critic, he does a lot of those reaction videos, and they're freaking hilarious.
Yeah,
I thought to just look up a movie reaction video to see somebody just doing that. That seems like a lot of fun, especially for a movie like this where it's kind of polarizing for audiences, whether you're going to like it or not. So you could get some fun reactions.
Yep.
30 minutes. I want to know more about this girl, but we'll get into that. Sweet. Is it time for fun facts? Do we have a fun facts wrap? See, this is weird.
We weren't told that we were in.
We were hit by a blind side.
This is true. You know what we should do? We need whoever is free right now, send Nick a message and tell him, since he's not here, his responsibility for the night is to write a generic fun facts rap that we can make a little sound piece, and like I can hit a button over here. He can have it as a recording for when he's not there and we don't have a rap. Like that's his responsibility tonight, is to write a generic fun facts rap that we can use when he fucks up or abandons us.
That works for me.
All right. Kick his ass later. Oh, I can do like his classic fun facts song. Fun facts, fun facts, fun facts, fun facts. Wasn't like that's what he used to do, right? Like that is something similar to that. Close enough.
Something like it. I don't. Yeah.
We'll go with close enough. Good enough.
All right. Well, we'll just roll right into this. So, Prisoners, currently streaming on Netflix. So, if you like what you hear, give it a watch, and then listen to us again. More exposure for us, so we win.
Yeah, come back, tell us what you think.
We want to hear the thoughts.
I dare you to watch this movie. Hit us up in the comments on YouTube or even here on Twitch, and tell us what you think. I dare you. I double dog dare you.
You won't.
Triple dog
you
dare.
Will. You won't. You will. Won't.
Triple dog dare.
All right. So Prisoners comes out in 2013. So sitting on a 10-year anniversary, guys.
Ooh, 10. Yeah, that's what blew my mind. 10 years.
10 years.
I did not think this movie had been out for 10 years.
Directed by Dennis Villeneuve is going to be my shot at that one.
I think it's Villeneuve.
Villeneuve. I like that. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, what he's directed, right?
I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah, he has blown up, and I think mostly because of this movie.
Yeah. So it looks like he's done Dune, Arrival, which I do remember, like trailer on Arrival. I never got into it. It's just not my camp, plain and simple.
Same. I'm not a huge fan of like, oh gosh, the aliens come down and blah, something's happening. Like they don't do a good job of selling those stories to me.
Right. I was more of like Men in Black.
Exactly.
Independence Day.
Yeah. Make the aliens interesting. Don't just make we're trying to get in contact.
Exactly. He's a Blade Runner 2049.
Yeah.
And also the other one I want to bring up would be Enemy, which I believe also has Jake Gyllenhaal in it.
Believe you're right.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's a little bit about our director here. Now, as far as I am going to kind of take my time on some of the cast here because some talking points, if you will. First is Hugh Jackman, obviously, who plays Mr. Keller Dover. Yeah,
I didn't know that was him.
You didn't know that was Hugh?
No.
Mm-hmm.
He's so scrawny. That's why.
I mean, yeah, you just say like, think of a couple movies, Prisoners, Wolverine, and Greatest Showman, and all of a sudden you get to see the range that Mr. Hugh Jackman has as an actor.
And Van Helsing.
What?
And Van Helsing.
Oh, of course.
Not just to throw this out there, Les Mis. I mean, the guy can do it all. He can
do it.
He can act.
And this performance was in prison. I loved this performance of Hugh Jackman in Prisoners. Loved it. I think he channeled it, and yeah, a lot to talk about there. Okay, next one is going to be Jake Gyllenhaal, man who needs no introduction. You'll recognize them easily as Detective Loki. But I want to take a moment to recognize Jake Gyllenhaal in another light. And this is if Jake Gyllenhaal is in a eerie type of crime movie or anything, almost it's always working. It just something about him that he knows how to perform in these movies. Zodiac. Has anyone seen The Guilty by any chance? Or just me? Am I the only one that's on The Guilty? This is like a little 90-minute in and out, and he is a 911 dispatcher.
Oh.
Trying to help out a girl, I believe, who was kidnapped and calling from the trunk of a car.
Oh, shit.
Oh my God.
And again, it's just like he just knows this environment of whether it's, police, detective, what have you. Even as I forgot in Zodiac, is he in the newspaper or is he in the police force? I want to say he's SF Chronicle. But
I don't watch most of these movies. I'm not.
Yeah. Regardless, though, there's just something about him that just his performances are just perfect in them. Go ahead, Matt.
I just want to give massive shout out to Donnie Darko. I mean,
yeah,
for him at such a young age to be diving into these kinds of films and absolutely crushing it. I mean, there's a lot of things that you can see that he did back in that movie that he's still doing in this one, but like in a really good way where it's definitely escalated. He's gotten better. Like he was good, now he's getting better, and just keeps getting better.
And once again, this performance is just what an incredible Detective Loki, and there'll be more to talk about there. Kind of low-key performance, but you have Maria Bello. Oh,
low-key, yeah.
You have Maria Bello as Grace Dover. Then you have Terrence Howard, who I'm sure looked familiar. He plays in so many things. It was nice to see him on screen.
Just while we're on Terrence,
sure.
He's a guy that I typically see as kind of like the hard ass, the badass, the like thug dude, or just tough guy. Like I've always kind of seen him that way. I mean, shit, I think the first thing I saw him in was Big Mama's House, where he's in the movie, maybe 10 minutes. And he's like, he is the bad guy. Like he is straight up criminal.
Right.
And he's intimidating. And to see, I mean, he's done lots of stuff like you've mentioned in all kinds of roles, but that's kind of how like I've always seen him as like this tough guy, borderline villain. But then to see him in this, it's a complete turnaround, and
it is.
He does such a great job.
But if you've seen Crash,
no.
Oh, so he's also in Crash, and he plays more on the line of this role where it's like, I'm not the Billy Badass, I'm the very timid
normal guy.
What?
Normal guy?
Yeah, normal and insecure, very scared, worried, like all that stuff. Go ahead, John.
Is this Alex that you're talking about?
No. Terrence Howard is the
The father of Joy.
Joy's father.
Oh, okay. He looked familiar.
Oh yeah. His IMDb page is probably just loaded. I didn't even look, but I know he's played different roles kind of everywhere.
The role that I constantly think about with him, like that I always go back to, other than Big Mama's House, that I haven't actually seen the entire movie all the way through, Hustle and Flow.
Oh, I forgot he was in that.
He is the star of that movie, and he's like guy trying to make it in the rap world, and just busting ass to make it into the scene. And it's a really good concept, a really good movie, intense. Like but
is the one that has the song that goes, "It's hard out there for
yes,
okay, I've seen it.
Yeah, that's it.
So I just pulled it up. So while we were talking, I figured we might as well. He was in Iron Man.
Yeah.
Again, Crash. That's the performance that really I remember him mostly in.
Which one is Crash?
What?
Like I remember, I never saw Crash because, like I said, I like these dramas, but I don't typically pick them for myself.
Dude, Crash is one of those emotional, kind of put you in on the ringer. It's basically it's also one of the stories where it's like 4 stories in one movie.
Does this have like a big court case kind of deal?
I'm sorry?
Does it have like a big court case kind of deal? Like
I don't think so. Okay. But it's got Matt Dillon in it.
Oh.
Who plays a really aggressive cop who ends up doing inappropriate things to Terrence Howard's wife. That's one of the scenes that a lot of people remember about Crash. It came out in 2004. I'm pretty sure that might be the last time I saw Crash. I remember just watching it in the movie theater, like, wow, this movie.
That sounds like it was during the time where he was like having some troubles with his movies. Like he wasn't getting a lot, and the stuff that he was getting, it's like it was either like Crash, which is good, but also kind of paints him in a bad light. But other movies that, like, because when thinking about it, when did You, Me, and Dupree come out?
Oh,
I feel like that was around that time, like 2004.
Yeah, it was. It was definitely because I was working the movie theaters when that came out.
You, Me, 2006. Yeah.
The other one that I don't remember him being in, but is a great movie, is Four Brothers.
Oh,
with Mark Wahlberg and forgot some of the other members in there, and apparently he's in Ray.
I'm trying to remember him in Ray.
Yeah,
I typically think of him from The Outsiders.
Oh my god, I forgot. He's also in Mr. Holland's Opus, which I don't remember that at all.
He shows up in some of the most random things. Like, do you remember Something About Mary?
Yeah.
He's the douchebag private detective guy that goes down there and then tries to steal her. He's got like the shitty mustache and like, he's just an asshole.
Of course. Okay.
Yeah. He shows up in the most random stuff.
All right. And then we've got 2 more to talk about. So much like Jake Gyllenhaal is incredible when it comes to detective work, police work, anything like that. Let's talk a little bit about Paul Dano, who just is insanely good at being the most awkward, scary motherfucker you could stare at. I mean, but between just right off the bat, between the roles of Alex and the role of the Riddler, it is. I just cannot believe how good he is at doing this creep job show fest. Go ahead, Matt.
We gotta talk about Paul Dano. This guy, I think, does not get enough like recognition or respect, and like in normal conversation, he is incredible. Jen, you might remember him from when we did There Will Be Blood. He's the pastor.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's the what?
The pastor.
I saw that he was in There Will Be Blood. I'm like, we did this, and I don't remember him in this movie.
He is
That's where
drink your milkshake. He's the guy that's getting yelled at.
That was him. Oh,
That's him.
shit.
Yes, the guy that when he's
right
slapping Daniel Day-Lewis and all, like, that's all that Paul Dano, man.
He's the one that screamed about the milkshake. Wow.
He's no, that's Daniel Day-Lewis.
No. I'm saying it screamed at about the milkshake, meaning Daniel Day-Lewis.
Yes.
Yeah. I did not put that together.
Yeah.
I knew when I saw him, I was like, I know him from somewhere. And then as soon as you said it, I was like, it clicked. That's it.
Yeah, he is. I mean, he's an incredible actor, and I will say, even in this movie, like, he gets very little screen time, very little dialogue, and I thought he was going to be much more prominent in this movie based off of everything I've ever seen about this movie, and I was surprised. I was surprised with how little he was actually a part of this, but absolutely blown away every time he was on screen. Like this. He's the reason that I kept guessing throughout this movie. I could never quite get a beat on him. It was one of those things where it's like, is he fucking with him? Is he really messed? Okay, that's on purpose. What? Like, I could never quite get there with him. Yeah. And that's what he does. That's what he brings to the table. And holy shit, did he bring it?
Yeah. He brought
Paul fucking Dano.
Man.
I still like to think of him as Klitz.
Okay. The last one that I want to bring up, and I just wanted her to be used more. I'm going to say this right now. I think she was on the back burner and she shouldn't have been. I don't know what we're doing. Matt, you probably know who I'm going to say. Jen, can you take a guess who I'm going to say?
The aunt?
Nope.
Oh, no, but she was great.
Viola Davis.
Yeah, that's what I thought you were going
to say. Just completely backburnered her on this one. And I'm like, come on, guys. Give us the at least give us that Viola Davis monologue that almost every Viola Davis movie has. Like, where do we go wrong here?
Who's that?
So that's
Joy's mother.
Oh, Joy's mom. Okay.
Oh god, she's been in so many things too.
Oh yeah.
But oh god, she
Fences? Have you seen Fences?
Haven't yet. That is one for sure.
Viola Davis paired with Denzel Washington.
Oh, it's not. Is it?
Whew. That movie, man. That movie.
She's in. I want to say it's a music movie with Chadwick Boseman. I want to say it is Ma Rainey's Big Black Bottom. I have not seen that one. I haven't
seen that one.
She just looks incredible. Chadwick Boseman looks incredible. Like she fucking rocks. She's also in Marvel movies and things like that. She's incredible. But
she had to go there.
But to argue with you, I loved what they did with her. I don't want to get too much into it, but I love the comparisons of the mothers and the fathers, right? Like, you get so many responses from the four of them that are in the exact same situation and how they respond. And I loved what she did. Her main scene in the bathroom, which we'll get into, like the tears, there's no stopping that woman.
No,
like,
there's not.
The talent that was in this movie and the level of talent that they brought to even the smallest amount of screen time, incredible. And
she's quite the actress, hands down. Like I said, at least give me a Viola Davis monologue at the very least. You teased me with the scene that you were just talking about. It was a tease. It wasn't enough though.
That's fair.
All right. Okay. I told you guys we were going to kind of slow burn through the cast, but I wanted to do that. Go ahead, Matt.
I just wanted to pull out one more name for.
Yeah, by all means.
So Jen, you brought her up, that plays the aunt. I believe it's Melissa Leo. I don't really know her. I tried looking up her acting credits and stuff. I'm like, nothing too familiar, but she's been around for a while. She's been doing stuff. And again, small part, but she crushed it. I will also say, like, the little bits of makeup and costuming they did to her, like, it does not look like her. Like that is not what she looks like. And I think it feels like they aged her up like 10 or 15 years, like the little things that they did. But she did a phenomenal job. The guy that I wanted to bring up is Dylan Minnette, who plays, oh God, it's the son. Is it it's a Royce? No. He had
Dover's son?
yes. God, what was his name? Ralph. Ralph. I knew it was a weird name. Ralph. Sorry. But this is a guy, like, he has been blowing up in the last few years as well. I think I mostly attribute his stardom to 13 Reasons Why, also on Netflix, which was just huge show that blew up and was
that was the suicide one, huh?
Yes. there's much more to that.
Yeah, I haven't seen that show.
I think I only saw the first and maybe second season, and then I just kind of fell out of it. But that was a really intense. He did a great job. But he's shown up in a lot of other stuff too. So he's one of those young actors that I'm liking what I see, and it does seem like he's progressing. So I mean, like, him in this movie is like Jake Gyllenhaal and Donnie Darko, like same age, same kind of vibes. Like, he brought it and he did a great job. So
yeah.
just shout out to him for, like, again, small part, but crushed it every time he was on screen. And I really liked the dynamic between he and Hugh Jackman. Like the father-son relationship between the two of them was so good. Mm-hmm. And oh God, I can't wait for scenes. I'm gonna start now, but like good stuff from those guys.
A couple of behind the scene shout outs that I'm gonna do here.
Yeah.
Because it's a lot easier to look up this way. Executive producer Mark Wahlberg.
I saw that when I was watching the credits
behind this.
I actually went back. I was like, is that right? Yeah.
One of the greatest cinematographers in my opinion, Roger Deakins was the one behind this one.
You've brought him up before.
Mm-hmm.
I think I said this the last time. I'm extremely impressed that you are like, yes, I know the cinematographer and they're amazing, but I don't remember this guy. You
want some titles?
Yes, please.
Shawshank Redemption.
Okay.
1917.
Oh, okay.
No Country for Old Men.
Okay.
Skyfall.
Okay.
A Beautiful Mind.
Yes.
The Big Lebowski.
Okay. Yes. Yes.
All right.
All of this is making perfect sense.
One of my guilty or pleasures. A lot of people rag on this movie, and I say fuck off. In Time.
Oh, which one is In Time?
With Justin Timberlake.
Oh, and where they've got like
yeah. We don't have money. Our seconds is our seconds is currency.
Yes.
Yeah. That's just I mean, the list goes on, but those are some of the big ones.
Nice. No, that's funny. Like, as you were dropping.
Oh, he did Blade Runner 2049. I never watched that one, but
I mean, that's with he teamed up again with Dennis Villeneuve.
Yeah. But yeah, man, Roger Deakins, definitely one of my. He just, God, between him and oh my God, the director of the first one that we ever did.
Oh, Road to Perdition?
Yes. Sam something.
I'll look it up real fast. Did he did something with
Sam Mendes? Is that right? Anyway,
we're looking for
those are like they both just are incredible at cinematography.
Sorry, we were looking for director.
Sure
yes, Sam Mendes. Yep.
Yeah. Those two are just, they have a way with camera like I've never seen.
Yeah. You bring this up. Now I'm curious if what was the cinematographer's name again?
Roger Deakins.
Roger Deakins. Did he do Dune?
I didn't I don't think he did. No.
Okay,
Or Roger Deakins. I'm sorry, I forgot there's an S there.
gotcha.
And then the last one, composer. The score is something else in this one, and that is by Johan Johansson.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Johan Johansson.
Yes. Did anyone have anyone else that they wanted to talk about, or it doesn't have, you don't have to know the actor name, even if like if there's a character or whatever that jumped out at you?
No.
No?
Who
Okay.
was who was the, well, we're not talking about the movie quite yet, but who's the other creeper, McCreeperson?
Yes.
What was it? Bob Taylor. Let me see if I can figure out for you.
Even a weird ass name. Like it's too.
Oh yes.
Bob Taylor.
David Malchin.
Okay, wow, you found that fast. Good job.
I was already in the IMDb page.
Oh, got it. Okay.
But yeah, Bob Taylor. So this guy, I know him from Marvel stuff. Like he's also like he's in DC. He's been blowing up recently too, and he constantly plays like weirdish guys. But
well, I mean,
this,
do you wonder why?
I mean,
it's creepy.
He did a great job in this one. Thank you for shouting him out. I forgot about him.
Yeah, no, that's a good shout out.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to the ratings.
Ooh.
GoodFlickas giving this one 3.86.
Okay.
3.86.
Feels respectable.
It is respectable. Letterbox 4.3 out of 5. IMDb 8.1 out of 10. It is number 164 and top 250 of IMDb content.
Wow.
Okay.
Roger Ebert, not Raj. It's around that time. You gotta specify. It's like if it's a 2022, you don't have to specify. If it's like a 1990s, you don't have to specify. It's in that 2000s, you can go either way. 2.5 out of 4.
Oh. Okay.
Which I would argue if Raj saw this, I don't think it'd be a 2.5.
I don't think so either. But
This seems like it is Raj's right up his alley.
I don't think so. I mean, were there any like little cliff notes or anything for?
I read it. It was really boring me. It was so snooty tooty written. I'm like, you're just annoying me right now. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't speak for Raj.
No, you don't speak for Raj. Budget 46 million, worldwide gross 122.1 million.
Okay.
They did all right.
Hmm?
They did all right.
They did all right. It was nominated for 1 Oscar. It did not win.
What was the nomination in?
Best achievement in cinematography. Mr. Roger Deakins.
There's your boy.
My boy.
Who beat him?
Great question. Let's find out.
I mean, what was this, 2013?
Because I mean, the cinematography is really good in this.
I'm trying to think of
Oh my God, I haven't seen this movie in so long. And damn it. All right. Oh, wait, I'm looking at the wrong. Okay, well, anyway. Never mind. This is the year where 12 Years a Slave is your motion picture of the year.
Gotcha.
If you're wondering.
Yes.
I never heard of it.
Oh God, who was it in that one? That wasn't.
Oh. Okay. That's tough. This will be a fun discussion. Let's keep it about a minute. Here are your options, though. Prisoners, Nebraska, Gravity, The Grandmaster, Inside Loin Davis.
Inside Loin Davis?
Mm-hmm. No idea. No idea. That sounds like an indie if I've ever heard of one.
I've never heard of any of those except for Prisoner.
Well, Gravity is what I'm assuming is what takes it, just because.
Yes.
That's a big one.
Gravity is the one that etched out Prisoners in cinematography, and that's a battle.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking about space. If I remember, is Gravity with Bullock and Clooney, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
See,
you've got some major stars in that one. Yeah, that's a battle. That is an absolute battle. Because that was a very, very gorgeous film.
That's one of those where it kind of bothers me. Like it's not to fight against cinematography, because I mean, like it's happening.
Are you
But
gonna go CGI versus?
yeah,
Yeah. I think I'm with you.
Like that's my issue with that. Of like,
Mhm.
I'm sure the cinematography is incredible, but how much of that is with like a blue or green screen back there that's all digitally in there? It's like, yes, composition, all that lighting, all that stuff has to be there for cinematography to work with this good CGI background. But that's where the scope is coming from. It's that
Yeah.
background. It's what's been created. Although I am
Well,
looking.
save that, because there's actually some facts about I guess cinematography coming up soon.
Oh, okay. Then yep.
Oh no, but go ahead with whatever you're looking at.
Oh, I was just going to say, like, I know I haven't actually seen Gravity, but I mean, there are quite a bit of scenes where it seems like they are like inside the shuttle or just on top of it or something. So, I mean, like, there are certainly shots where it's not some massive backdrop that's been painted in. It has to be, or presumably, it's practical set that they're on with something in the background.
Right.
But I mean, I can see it, but also like I mean, even like as I'm looking at these things, everything that's outside, it's either pitch black around them or it's like earth. Right? Like it's not bad, but I mean, like that's what's there.
Yep.
I don't know.
I think there might have been some handshaking.
It's probable.
Some campaigning.
Yeah. At the same time, though, I mean, like they're very different stylistically.
Yeah. Yeah. So that was the Oscars. Golden Globes, there were none.
What?
No nominees, and yeah, nothing. Okay. Jake casted without an audition. I guess this he worked with the director in, I believe it was Enemy, if I remember correctly, and they had so much fun together. He's just like, yeah, you're good. Before he got Jake, though, I guess there was auditioning going on, so we could have had a different Loki by the name of Ryan Gosling.
Yeah. It's so weird when you say a different Loki.
Did you hear the actor?
I did.
Yeah. Any comments on that one?
He would be good, but he wouldn't be the same as Jake. I think if Brian, no disrespect to him, I think he's a great actor, but this movie just like you said felt so real, and that would, if Brian took that place, we would lose that.
I just can't see Gosling going to the edge that Jake found. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I just don't see him getting that deep, that dark.
I mean, I can see it, but this is where my issue with Ryan Gosling in the last 15 years has kind of been a problem. He is a good actor. He's really good.
Oh yeah, he's great.
I think we talked about this when we did I think it was The Gray Man. Like he is phenomenal, but he's constantly playing the same guy. And it's a little boring for me, because it's like, Ryan Gosling, he's playing that guy again. And it's not that it's bad. It's just it never really feels like his character gets much depth. This is who you are.
Yeah.
And that's it. Whereas, like you said, with Gyllenhaal in this one, and I'm sure you're about to say some more stuff about him with this role. Like he's a very complex character. They're all very complex characters. So it would have been interesting to see what Gosling could have come up with, but I agree. I don't know if he quite hits that edge.
No, I just don't see it.
This is going to be a weird way of saying it, but I don't see Ryan Gosling being as greasy as Gyllenhaal can be. So I think a great example would be him in oh God, what's the movie where he's like the tabloids guy? Nightcrawler. Where like he's just kind of like he looks scrawny, a little bit gross. His hair is kind of greasy. Like he can pull that off. And this, I wouldn't say like he's disheveled or anything, but I mean, like you can see that at times he gets a little worked up. It's been stressful on him. Like but it doesn't feel forced. Whereas with like Gosling, I never quite see him as grizzled or dirtied up or like I don't see him as greasy.
Right.
So I don't know.
No,
if anybody's out there listening to this, and please give Ryan Gosling an opportunity to be somebody different again, because he's got the talent. Stop holding him back.
Get a little dirty, Ryan.
He was a Mouseketeer, damn it.
I don't know if they couldn't get Gyllenhaal. I would have said maybe lean towards Joaquin.
Oh, ooh!
I think Joaquin Phoenix probably could have got there.
Question. I mean, just because we're throwing out like potentials, like I think it'd be interesting if we totally change the age of Loki. Like it's brought up that like this guy he's solved every crime that's ever been given to him. And like, I mean, that's an impressive thing, no matter how you look at it. And the guy's been on the force for however long. He's been a detective for however long. Right. But like, I mean, you take that and you add on experience by making him an older character.
Ooh,
that would have been really interesting too. And I mean, like, I don't have anybody necessarily in mind, but like people that are popping into my head, like Tommy Lee Jones,
Gene Hackman.
I'm actually Bruce Willis. That's who I was trying to say. Like Bruce Willis. But I hate myself for this, but I'm going to throw it out there. Tom Cruise, right? Like it's just, I think changing the age a little bit, like making him a bit older of a character would just be an interesting fact. Like it just to make him more of a seasoned guy, because it's very interesting his relationship with the rest of the police force. Like that dude.
So basically you're going with like Seven Recipe, where Morgan Freeman is the old detective that's about to retire, and then young Brad Pitt's coming in, but you just don't have Brad Pitt. You just have that seasoned detective that's seen it all.
Yeah.
All right. It's a good twist. I like it.
I think it would be a lot more interesting, especially since he's not a terribly physical character in this. Like he's got a couple of moments for sure, but any of those guys could do it. Go ahead, Jen.
I don't know. I kind of like that they kept him younger, just because I think it made it more impactful for when the father was yelling at him. And I feel like if it was an older seasoned deputy or whatever agent, then it wouldn't have the same punch to it.
Oh, that's fair.
Not a bad point.
Since you bring that up, I do like how when like I'm trying to avoid diving into scenes and stuff, but I like that there are multiple moments where Gyllenhaal's character is talking with people, dealing with people, and you can tell that he's done this job long enough that like he knows what he's doing. He's talented. He's skilled. He's good at what he does. But you can also see that wear on him. And I think there, like you said, there are still those moments like when he yells at him. He knows what to do. He knows how to handle a situation. but it still is impactful. Like it still cuts.
So Jake obviously dived into this character, but he also helped mold the character to what he wanted it to be. That said, Loki's tattoos, Freemason rings, facial tics, all that was Jake's idea. He's like, we just need to throw all this into his character, and you have Detective Loki.
I see now. I want to know his reasonings behind the things, the tattoos and stuff. Like, I mean, that's whatever. It's not necessarily an issue for me. But what's really interesting is the facial tics. Like, I mean, he is
blinking.
I mean, hard too, and like consistent. And I knew a guy that like he had a facial tic like this, but it was because he was in a car accident and it kind of left him with a little bit of brain damage, I guess, or you know, like it kind of left this effect on him, and it kind of caused him to have that tic.
Oh, okay.
So it's not like I'm just curious, really, as to like why Loki has that tic. Like I wanted some kind of reasoning, some sort of rationale, but obviously I can only come up with is like, this is a dude who is spending all of his time working on these cases. He probably doesn't sleep much. So he's surviving off of caffeine, coffee, whatever he can to keep himself awake. So that blinking is really just like got to keep my eyes wet. I got to stay awake, you know, like that's how I see it. And it works. It's effective, but it's not satisfying for me.
I think there's probably something deeper than that, but
that's
maybe we'll discover it in our talk soon.
I'm curious. Maybe.
Who knows?
If nothing else, Jake, if you happen to be watching this, could you write us in an email or a message or something? Hit us up in the DMs on Instagram.
Message if you like.
Yeah. Yes. Jake Gyllenhaal, if you were listening to this, please send a direct message to Jen Walsh. She is awaiting your response to why the facial tic.
Yeah, that's it.
And I promise she will respond with the utmost respect and generosity.
Speaking of Mr. Gyllenhaal, he watched 100 hours of police interrogation footage to once again master his performance.
So he could watch this then.
He might.
Most of the hammer scene was ad-libbed and improv. So save that. No comments. A little duo, Mark Wahlberg and Christian Bale, were originally supposed to work with director Bryan Singer on this. This is well before our director and Gyllenhaal and Jackman and all them signed on. So this is project has been around for a while. We'll do a little quiz. Does the duo of Wahlberg and Christian Bale kind of ring a bell to a possible movie? Okay, Matt, instant yes. I had a feeling.
Well, I know I read the facts, so I know what they did instead of this movie.
Okay.
But also yes.
So instead of doing this one, they ended up doing The Fighter. Where, Jen, do you remember The Fighter? Do you know The Fighter? No? Wahlberg is a boxer. Bale is his coach.
Are they brothers?
You know what? I think they are brothers.
I think they're brothers. In like, Christian Bale's character was like all-star boxer or whatever, and then he got into like drugs or alcohol or something and kind of ruined himself.
You're right. Yep.
Did we watch it?
No.
You're probably thinking of Warrior.
Is that very, very similar?
Eh.
They were brothers.
Yeah, but they were at like
they were in the same sport kind of together, and
these guys are. I think they have their tension, but it's not really like they're against each other. It's more support. But isn't it is it Amy Adams is the female?
I think so. I think, yeah, you might have to fact check it, but I'm pretty sure she was in there.
But it's crazy.
That's a good movie.
It's the thinking about that movie in comparison, because Christian Bale goes all out for all of his roles, and he lost, I think, like 30-40 pounds or some craziness.
He's crazy skinny.
It's not, I think The Machinist was when he just went crazy skeletal, like skinny.
Yeah.
But he is pretty gonked out, and it's not pretty.
Yeah.
Especially since, my God, fucking Batman losing weight. Like I worry about Christian Bale, like on a health level of like, dude, this can't be good for you, but fuck, you're pulling it off. So like to think about those characters, like that body in this movie, I would expect him to be, I'd expect him to be the dad. And like I feel like it works, but he's not as threatening. You know what I mean? Like, because he's more of like that scrawny kind of deal. And even though Hugh Jackman isn't like freaking yoked out like he is when he's Wolverine, he's still like, he's broad. He's a big, I think he's like 6'2" or something. I mean, he's a big dude. So he still kind of has that presence, but Christian Bale is very lanky when he loses his stoutness.
That's true. All right. The director and Roger Deakins purposely used as much natural light as possible in as many shots as possible. They wanted, this was one of the main reasons as to why the movie looks so real. If it was like raining, they wanted you to feel and see the rain, and they didn't want like these fluorescent background lights and all that. They wanted it to be like, no, this is dark in the forest and we're looking for, we're looking. So, yeah. I thought it was just what a smart move for, once again, the tonality of Prisoners.
On that, one of the things that they did a couple of times that normally would like really bother me, but because of, like you said, the reason that they're doing it, it's like, it's clear. The raining scenes where I think it's the first time that Loki follows, is it Keller?
Keller.
The first time he follows him, and it's in the rain, and it cuts to like his view from the rearview mirror, and it's just looking back, and it's lights, it's water, like you can't make anything out. It's like, one, that's an ugly shot, right? Like from a cinematic point of view, that is an ugly shot. You can't see anything, and it's just ugly looking. But for what they're doing, and like you said, like it's the reality of it. It's like that's there. They did it again at the end of the movie when he's racing for the hospital, and you can see all the lights, and it's just like it's starting to fade, and like it's done so well. Where, I mean, the camera's essentially out of focus, and they're getting away with it. Like that's not an easy thing to do.
No,
I'm the type of person that, like, when I rewatch stuff, like freaking Friends, when I rewatch Friends, and I'm like, why the hell is this out of focus? Like this is a long shot. Why is it out of focus and nobody said something? Like, this is a problem, especially when it's cutting between things where it's like, this is in focus, this is out of focus, this is in focus, this is out of focus.
Yeah.
Like that's a problem, but they absolutely nailed it.
Speaking of focus, all right.
I watched the job.
The last two, the original cut was 3 hours long, and this movie was once rated at N17. After the cuts were done and implemented, it dropped down to 2.5 and an R rated.
Do you know one of the things that was removed to get it from the 17?
Yeah, I read a couple. There was some pedophile stuff that was removed.
Yeah.
And I believe some of the more violent scenes ran a little bit longer, and they're like, yeah, you gotta do a little trimming there.
What does N17 stand for?
Oh God.
Basically, you have to be 17 or older, or you have to be 17 or older to watch this, or
So it's worse than rated R, or
worse
no?
than rated R.
Yeah.
Oh, because don't you have to be 18 for rated R?
Actually, yeah, that's weird. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, it's rated R. Maybe
Oh.
you can go to rated R if you have an adult with you.
Yes.
But
So I always got into R-rated movies.
N17, even if you have an adult, you can't get in unless you're 18 or 17 or older. Something like that. Go ahead, Matt.
So NC-17 stands for no children under 17.
Got it.
So that's the thing. Like with rated R, like you said, you could go to an R-rated movie with parental supervision, but if it's NC-17, no, you got to be 18. You have to be 18 or older. So it's just I guess that's what makes it more strict, is just that it's nope, you're not getting away with it.
Yeah.
Oh.
And basically, you're dealing NC-17. You're going to deal with heavy gore, heavy violence, sex, nudity, drugs, all the pretty stuff of the world.
Yeah, it's an R rating cranked up to 11.
Pretty much, yeah. And then X is the full everything.
Yes.
Just get ready.
Yeah. You don't know what you're getting into.
Yeah. That's it.
All right.
That I was able to find.
Yeah.
There are a couple of other ones where I'm like, this is not worth talking about. So I just kind of cherry picked it.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. Did anyone have anything else that they'd like to mention? They may have found or saw, discovered.
No, because you mentioned we're going to talk about it when we get into the actual scene. So no.
For what?
The hammer.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. No, I don't think I have anything else, and I don't think I don't remember any other facts that you haven't hit. So, yeah, I think we did it.
All right. See you next week.
Yeah. All right. Great talking, everybody. Have a good one. All right. We'll see you for God. What is it that we're doing next week? Haunted Mansion.
Haunted Mansion 03, not 23.
Yeah. Wow, which is a good one.
Oh wow. So we did a 10-year. Now we're doing a 20-year next week.
Oh, that's weird. Good for us.
Ominous, actually.
Yeah. Kind of.
Did you mention that we're in ominous October on this one?
I didn't. This is the third installment of Ominous October, and I think we nailed it on this one.
Yeah.
The first two we were definitely I'd say like dipping our toe into the deep end, but this one we full on dove head first.
How dare you? My missing was pretty good.
I mean, yeah, but it's not the same.
I know it's not the same.
It's not the same.
it's like we're like warming up our nerves to get to Prisoners.
when you were making a comparison to Modern Family and the review, I don't think that it could be put on the same level as Prisoners. As far
That's a very valid point. You can't compare Modern Family to this bad boy.
No. I mean, I could find a way.
All right. I'm gonna go get some dinner.
Before you head off, before we take our quick little break, what is everybody's title for scene of the movie? I wrote mine down. I think it's technically a quote is my title, but I did remember one.
Well, why don't you go first?
Yeah. So I titled it Think of Joy.
Okay.
I have two. Can I say two?
Yeah. Nick's not here to pick one.
Oh, okay, there we go. So one of his kids. So there's I call it I'm just renovating. And and
that could
then
be many things. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, you got my head spinning on that one.
And then oh snakes.
I think I know which one that one is.
Yeah, that was pretty obvious. Mine is 100% obvious, but I don't care. Stop punching. Hammer time.
Like, okay. There it goes. I'm looking forward to chatting about that one. Possibly the best title too. I don't know. You make an MC Hammer reference, like, well done. But yeah,
I've got a couple of references in my titles.
Okay. I'm looking forward to the rest of the titles you've got. Like, you've been coming up with some good ones lately. Let's start at the very beginning, a very good place to start. And we have ourselves a hunting trip. So this is the start of our movie. I think it opens with oh God, is it the Lord's Prayer? I feel like he says it a bunch of times.
I think so, yeah.
I think they stick with that as like the main prayer that is happening. And I really liked this. I thought it was interesting. Like, as I hear the prayer that's going on, like he's saying it and reciting it, and then the deer walks into frame, and I'm like, oh shit, they're about to shoot this deer. And then it slowly kind of pulls out, and you begin to see the barrel of the gun. Then you see the full gun. Then you see them, and he's still finishing off the prayer. And I was like, yeah, they're going to shoot this deer. And sure enough, they do. And it's also we've brought this up multiple times. I come from a family of hunters and fishermen, and for me, for us, what it's always come down to is, as long as you are doing it properly, legally, and doing everything that you should when it comes to hunting, it's good. It's not a bad thing. And I think they bring it up in this movie too, a little bit of like you have to control the population, and that's the point. That's why their poachers are bad, because they are taking too much. The reason when you go hunting and you get tags, it's like, okay, this is how many you are allowed to kill, because we need to keep the population at a certain level. So that, like, I like that they kind of highlight that, but also at the very beginning of this, like with the prayer, I really like what it establishes for our character, for Keller. He is religious. He is devout. He has a respect for nature and a kindness about him. But we also learn that he is a guy who knows that when push comes to shove and you get to the point of needing to do something, you better be willing and ready to do it. He's not afraid to get his hands dirty when called upon, but that doesn't mean that that's your go-to. So I liked this. This was a really good scene that's very simple, but it tells a lot about our characters and the people we're really about to get to know. Go, Brian.
So I had an interesting takeaway on the way that this movie starts.
Yeah.
If you think about Prisoners, it's and I'm not trying to take away from it or anything, but if you were to really break this down, it's your classic abduction, clues are left behind, and then in the end, everything that you've seen as a viewer all makes sense once you see the end result, right? It is just all these pieces of small information together formulate, and it all makes sense.
Somewhat like a puzzle, I might say.
Somewhat like a puzzle, yeah. But in these abduction movies, most of them all start out the same. And it's giving you this false sense of peace, where it's like you're introduced to the characters' lives, and you see how good their life is, and you see how happy they are, and it's certainly the calm before the storm that's about to happen to them. This one wasn't. It took a completely different turn, and that's what I love about it. It's not just opening us up to this happy family and the loving and all. It's like, here's a deer that we're about to shoot. We're also going to give you super dark colors right off the bat, and within probably less than 10 minutes, the abduction has already happened. So where like you get like a glimpse moment of happiness where when they're celebrating Thanksgiving, but the bulk of the story is finding the girls and getting them back. And I really, really appreciated this approach, as opposed to the run of the mill approach on some of the other abductee movies that have been made. Go ahead, Jen.
So for my take on it, because like I didn't really know much about what the movie was about, other than like Jiggy, your intro for us this morning.
Sorry.
I was like, oh, that sounds good. But other than that, like I had no clue. So when I know like a lot of times with movies and religion, like there's always that like they flip it. It's a dark, dark side, like, you know, and so that's kind of the feeling that this got me. And I thought they were going to be like a crazy ass family, and they were like the problem. I was honestly waiting for like the dad to be a secret like crazy.
Oh.
So I was like, for me, I didn't get, I don't know, I was just on the jump. My mind was like, these people are nuts. and then the story unfolds, and I was like, I judged too quickly.
A little quick to throw down the gavel.
But that's just how the movie makes you feel. Like
right.
it doesn't make you feel warm and safe in any way.
And that's what I love about it. It's such a different take.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually really like that because they established the like this religious space like right at the start of this movie.
Mm-hmm.
They never really like hammer that home. They never like really like beat you over the head with a like this is a religious family. Everything's about like we God's on our side. And like they maintain their faith. They keep all of that without ever being overly preachy, which can happen in these kind of abduction movies where it's like go and let God, he'll do like it's his plan. Like we just have to pray and it will work out. Like let it happen. Like we'll do everything that we can, go on the search, but we have to let God's plan play out. And I like that's not the route that they go with this. What I really like about it is the big payoff at the end. Excuse me. 2 burps. Excuse me.
1 stone?
Yes, 2 burps, 1 stone. Excuse me. But I like how the aunt, I don't remember what her name was.
Holly Jones.
Holly Jones, Aunt Holly. Let's just go Aunt Holly. I love how when he's having the connection, like the conversation with her later on in the movie, she even mentions, she's like, we used to be very devout. We used to be, you know, believers. And you can tell in that moment, it's just like, I used to be a lot like you, but then something changed. And this is where like the brilliance of the movie, like I know I'm jumping scenes a little bit, but that moment where it drops that clue of I used to be like you, I used to be devout and a believer, and then this tragedy happened in my life and it completely shattered all of that for me. And jumping way ahead, decides to wage war on God because of it. Like I love how in that moment, it's almost like the temptation, right? It's like this guy who has been a devout follower this entire movie has really been led to the dark side. Like he's really doing some things that are not okay. He's kind of gone somewhat in the same direction. And I'm curious if like maybe when he hears that it's kind of a coming to Jesus moment for him of that realization of like I've lost a bit of my faith. I've lost a little bit of my connection, and it's led me astray. I'm curious about that from a character development. But I really like how the intro establishes that religious connection, and it maintains throughout without being overly in your face.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like every time we talk about a movie that has like a spiritual character, my main positive for those kinds of things is like be religious, be devout, be 100% spiritual and absolutely fight for what you believe in. Just don't be preachy about it. Don't make it seem like that's the only thing that you can do. You know, like that type of character really bothers. Actually, good example would be Paul Dano in There Will Be Blood, right? Like he's literally a preacher who's going around just like that's all his character is like he is preacher. I am here to spread the word of God, and he really kind of beats you over the head with it, quite literally in some scenes. And it's not a bad example, like not a bad example of somebody like doing that, but it's just I do prefer when these characters have more depth than just the blanket statement of I'm religious, I'm spiritual, and that's all they are. I'm like, you are much more than that. I guarantee you, there are priests, pastors, rabbis. Like I don't know other church heads to what to call them, but so I apologize. Other religions, I'm not trying to leave you out. I just don't know. But like there are more to those people than their religion. It's a defining factor, but it's not who you are. It's a part of who you are. So I just don't like when characters become like that's it. That's all you are. That's who you are. Because it's kind of boring and it doesn't show me depth to a character. And often it shows me that they're just extremely flawed, but don't see it in themselves. Yeah. Sorry.
How much to say on that one?
Yeah, I got behind my pulpit or got in my own little soapbox a little bit there. I'm sorry.
No, that was well said.
Thank you. Yeah. I mean, do we have anybody else, anything else to add to intro scene? Just to extend it a little bit, because like we mostly talked about the hunting bits of it. I can't remember, Jen, I think it was you that had mentioned how it's not like a happy ending or a happy beginning. Was it you, Brian? It's not like one of those everything's great, we're the happiest family, everything's fantastic. Right. I really liked, and I thought it was so interesting that when they leave to go to Thanksgiving dinner, they're going to their friend's place. You know, they're like, no, we can't, we're not taking the car, we're walking, blah, blah, blah. Like, there's so much little bits, like golden freaking nuggets within this conversation that lets you know, like, this family is okay. They're a good unit. But financially, they're in some rough spots. Like, they're not in their best case scenario.
They're normal.
They're normal. Exactly. Like, they're going through some hard times, but they're not struggling yet, but they're in a tough situation, and that we get to meet their neighbors, their friends who are clearly doing a bit better. They've got a bigger, nicer house. They've got all of this stuff, freaking trumpet, piano. Like, I mean, like these guys, whatever they do are better off, but at the same time, they never feel braggy about it. They never really throw it in their face. Like, they are clearly good friends.
Yeah.
They just happen to be in a better situation. And I love that whatever struggles that what's Keller's last name? What was it? Dover. The Dover family. I love that whatever struggles and things that they have, that's never the problem. Like, the big issue throughout this entire movie, the big problem, these girls are missing. That's it. Like, that's whatever struggles, whatever things that they have, like, that is a factor, but that's not the point.
It's irrelevant. Yeah,
exactly. It builds depth to who they are. So when this true tragedy strikes, it's more impactful to them. But I
will say too, when I remember the first time watching this movie, when I saw the camper, when they shoot, because if I remember, they shoot the deer and then they cut scene, and then the camper's rolling. I'm like, oh, that's not good. It's like you just knew. You're looking around the area, and I'm like, no way any of this area is having this beat up ass camper. This is right off the bat, you're going to be a problem. I don't know how, but it's going to be a problem. And I mean, it didn't take long for that to happen. Go ahead, Matt.
Oh, right on with that. There were so many little moments like that where it's the cinematography. It's the way that it's shot and edited. It's like, I'm showing you this for a reason.
Yeah.
That's what I freaking loved about this. Cause like you said, that camper rolls up. I mean, that's just a whatever B-roll. Like it's camper rolling through the neighborhood, whatever. Yeah. But because it's placed there, and whether you know anything about this movie or not, you've seen it before. It's like, it's a little bit triggering. It's like, ooh, why show me that? That's something. That's going to be something.
The way that it's like slow rolling, you're like, it's like Jaws, man.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So moving on from intro scene, let's talk about our scenes of the movie. I kind of want to guess one of Jen's. What were you two again?
Oh, I'm just renovating.
Just renovating. That's yeah.
And then snakes.
Oh, snake. Yes. Oh, just renovating. My guess for that one is when Keller has to do the tour of the apartments.
No.
Okay.
I think it's the same one as Tiki's.
Same scene?
Yeah.
What was yours, Brian?
Stop punching. Hammer time.
Oh, okay. Oh, different title for like him making his improvements.
I like your title.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
See, okay. I thought yours on the just renovating. I thought it was converting the bathtub into torture chamber. I don't know what to call that.
That's a torture chamber for sure.
Okay, so you and I are on the same scene. Okay, and then your other one was snakes, which obviously we definitely know that one. Matt, what was your title?
I was gonna call
Think of Joy.
Oh fuck!
What was that, Jen?
I said I was gonna title instead of snakes. I was just like, what the fuck? That was gonna be the title.
That's right. Think of Joy. Think of Joy.
That one's a good one.
I don't. Do you have a guess?
Yeah, that's when I don't know his character's name, but Terrence was gonna mess with the torture chamber some more. And
okay, that's what I thought. That's what I thought.
His wife was like, "Nah, we're done."
Okay.
Which, thank God for that. My God.
Yeah.
The whole time, that poor man, I was like, you don't have to be doing this. Like, just walk away.
All right. Well, you're the host, so which one would you like to dive into first? Because
let's do Matt's, because that it's hitting me. Like,
okay.
why did he torture himself like that?
So that was and that's the scene that makes if someone says prisoners, that's the one that pops into your head first, Matt.
Well, it was yes, but it's because of the impact of the scene. So like, I mean, if somebody says prisoners, the first scene that literally pops in is probably the hammer scene.
Yes.
But that scene, the Think of Joy, that scene had the most impact on me while watching it.
Okay, fair enough.
I was watching it. Everything's going down. You've got Terrence, who is I felt so bad for him because you could tell how uncomfortable he was. Every time he left, he was ready, like he was sick to his stomach. Like I I felt so bad for him, but he didn't know what else to do. This was a guy with somewhat of a plan. He's desperate to get his daughter back, and he's just kind of going along with it. And it got to his breaking point. And the fact that his wife is like, stop. I know and I agree with you that this is wrong. We can't do this anymore. We can't help Keller do what he's doing. And then for like when I think when they get out of the car, she does the whole like we don't have to help him, but we don't, we don't have to stop him and we don't have to help him.
Mm-hmm.
What everything that we've done so far, forget about it. It didn't happen. Let it go. Like this is what I loved about Viola Davis's character. Of the first time that she's there, she has empathy. She feels for him. She releases him. She's trying, and she's very motherly, and it's ultimately kind of taken advantage of. And then you can see that she tightens up. The way that he reacted, the way that he responded, she's like, no, this man is a villain. That like whatever humanity, whatever I saw in him that was redeemable is gone. That's not him. He took them, or he at least knows and he won't say.
Yeah.
Like, and just that moment of seeing Terrence drop the hammer, them like, they're so defeated, but they ultimately are just like, this needs to continue. We just can't be a part of it. And you talk about the realism, and like, this is an extraordinary situation. We can argue much more about Keller and his choices, but I mean, if you're in this situation, what would you do, right? I mean, if you've escalated things to the point where you kidnap a kidnapper and you're torturing them and you're keeping them for days and days and escalating the level of torture, like, I mean, that's not easy or comfortable for a normal person.
Mm-hmm.
And they do such a fantastic job of portraying this. Like I said earlier, with the different way that the parents handle it. You've got the one mom who physically shuts down. She can't comprehend. She doesn't understand. Like she can't grasp. My daughter was taken. She's missing. Somebody has her. Like, no, she just ran away. Like, she's going through like so many. She is the embodiment of the is it the 5 stages of grief?
Yeah.
Right. Like that is her, and she is stuck in denial.
Mm-hmm.
And then you've got Viola Davis's character, who is you can see that at a certain point she's in shock and almost numb to it, but in that moment when she's gotten a taste of what's going on with Keller, it's different. She is not quite on that level, but she's got a intensity about her, whereas her husband is, like any father would, caring about his daughter and willing to do crazy things to get her back, but you can see he's not comfortable with it. He's not really capable of it. He's forcing himself through it. Keller, who is just, no, I see red. I have to do this. There's no other option, which I fully disagree with, but we'll talk about that later. So yeah, like I'm going to stop talking about the scene. Let you guys dig in if you want, but like it just, everything about the characters and it all culminating into this moment was such an intense thing for me. When she dropped that line, think of joy. And I think he got one nail out, and she says, think of joy. And that's what broke him. He's like, I can't let this guy out. Oh,
no, I mean, yeah, all 3 of them placed their cards on the table, and you knew exactly where each of them stood in the scene. And I think that was supposed to be what was wanting to be executed. It is a very powerful scene. And Terrence Howard. Oh my God.
The man
Yeah, that
had two
was.
first names.
I don't know what I just did. Terrence Howard's performance in the scene was great, really, really good. You could just you feel the emotional and ethical uh, battle that was going on inside his head.
And every time that he went to that torture house, you could see it and feel it.
Yeah, yeah.
God, when he shows up for that vigil.
When what?
When he shows up for the vigil after, I think.
After the first encounter, yeah.
I think it was the first night. Like
It was the first night of knowing that he now has him captive and he has to shut up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right, Jen, why don't you start off with the scene that we duoed?
Oh, okay. Or did you want to do snakes and then we'll do the last scene as the duo?
Oh, that's fine. You're the host.
Okay.
You were gonna say that.
So, snake / what the oh my gosh. It was so like I think honestly that will be probably the first thing that I think of if anyone were to be like, have you seen the movie Prisoners? Because it was so random and so unexpected and so freaking scary because of how weird and psycho a person can be. And the thing is that, well, actually, I don't know. I don't know. I have a lot of I don't knows, and I think I'm confusing the two crazies. I think Alex did something with the dog.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that was the other crazy. So it's just, it was next level of psycho. I've never seen before, except for like in the Saw movies or something. But what makes it even crazier is that he wasn't even hurting kids. Like he's just making a scene that he was hurting is weird. I have no words for it except that he get help, like serious help. Go ahead, G.
Yeah, a couple notes here. You're right. It is definitely crazy. Where do I even begin with this? So first, like, let's just the house in itself is just that's enough to creep me out. If like I walk in and you have mazes up and down your walls and kitchens and everything, I'm like, this guy's looking for the portal to hell, and I'm out.
No, I thought so when they show us the kitchen and all those lines, I thought that was the kids, and like he would be like, here, this is how tall you were. I thought it was a marker of how many that he's attacked. And
that's interesting.
And then I saw like, holy crap, it's a maze. Like, what the heck? Yeah, I'm with you, bro. I'd be like, well, yep.
I'm not
in there.
So that's just the atmosphere, okay? Right? It's just some bad shit. Like if I go to that call, I'm like, sometimes 911 need 911. So that's not going to happen today. I have a theory on this guy, and I wanted to run it by you guys. Because you say, and then this is interesting, you said that he was just doing, he was doing nothing, right?
Yeah.
I think he was doing everything. I think he has been brainwashed by Holly Jones and is practicing to take over the business. Because
how did they know each other?
What?
How did they know each other, though?
He was one of the kids that Holly Jones abducted.
Oh.
She said, I forgot about Bob Taylor until I saw him on the news. So he's got mannequins, children clothes, pig's blood. He's practicing. He is practicing to do whatever it is that happened to him, because he is a prisoner of his past. Hence, just a perfect title for this movie, because there's prisoners in. It's kind of like weird to say, but the good guys and the bad guys tend to blur together on this one. And it's because they're all dealing with their own inner demons and they're in their own prisons, if you will. But I really do think that Homeboy was practicing to take over for Holly when because even she said, I'm getting older, I'm getting slower, but I still do what I can. And the whole thing is why they want to do this is because their son died of cancer, and they realized if we take someone else's kid, it turns even the goodest of souls will do will deep down into the pits of hell to figure out how to get their kids back, and will do whatever it takes. And that is what she meant by it's the war on God. You take a children's or you take a parent's child away from them and basically watch what happens. And I'm like, I feel like the more you watch this, the more little things start to come, like you start to get things and things click together, because every single person, every single scene, it all connects to that one, to Holly Jones. It all like she is the center, everything is involved around her, and it may take a while before you start piecing the links together. Go ahead, Matt.
So I respectfully disagree. I think Bob, right? That was his name?
Bob? Yeah, you had Bob Taylor.
Bob Taylor. So I agree, yes, he was absolutely brainwashed while he was trapped there, while he was captured, while he was a prisoner. But much like Alex was like warped and made into somebody else.
I don't know what the fuck was in her Pepsi Cola situation that she had going on.
It was the same formula or whatever that was from that book that they had talked about.
It was from her husband's recipe.
Well, it's this gets into my theory of things. Bob was always meant to be like the patsy. He was meant to be caught. He was meant to be framed to be the bad guy. But the reason I disagree that like he was doing anything or trained, like he was preparing to do this himself, I don't think he wanted to. Like he had his issues, right? Like we know that he had his issues. He had this thing with kids where I think his obsession with children was not pedophilia, assuming that the pedophilia stuff that they cut from this was not from him.
Oh, I bet you it was.
I kind of assume it was as well. But because that's not part of what we saw or anything, I want to remove that as thought.
Right.
So I think that his obsession with children was because his childhood was stolen. And
good theory.
So he's obsessed with all of that kind of stuff. But I don't think that at any point he wanted to take kids. I don't think he wanted to be this kidnapper. I think that he was this fucked up guy that's been trying to be as normal as possible with these obsessions that have been forced into him because of Holly. And the reason I don't think that he was doing it willingly is because when they're asking him questions and things and it's like, tell us where it is, like, I can't. Like it's that he can't tell that it's her. He's I think even Alex, it's the same thing. It's like these guys, whatever actions that they did that led to these children being kidnapped and continuing to be gone or missing is because Holly's manipulation of them. The reason he has the snakes, the reason he has all of the clothes with pig's blood and that stuff, that was all done because Holly said, you need to do this because it essentially sets up a wild goose chase while leaving tons of clues because she's a cocky bitch and she doesn't think she'll get caught. But it's all to distract and focus in on Bob. Pull it away from Alex, put it onto Bob. And So ultimately, that's what I think the real thing is with Bob. This was a guy, because she even says, I forgot about him until he showed up on the news.
Right.
I don't, because it's not until that moment, like he's seen at the vigil, he gets chased down. I think he's just scared at that point because he knows there's something not right about him, but he hasn't done anything yet. So he becomes a person of interest. And Holly's like, so they're looking for him. Let's set him up. Hey, you need to do this. You need to do this. You need to do this. I mean, he breaks in to steal socks, right? Like she could have easily have just given him whatever clothes from the children that they had, right? But no, she told him to break in, steal clothes, get out. You're going to cover them in blood. Like I don't think any masterminding or strategy came from the boys. I think it all was handed down from Holly and it was forced upon them, which is why it makes me more curious about Alex. Like the reason he is slow or chooses his words carefully, right? Like they drop these little nuggets about the past. She drops these little nuggets about the past and we never get any answers for them. So I think it's all Holly. I think it's always been, and these were children that were kidnapped and warped into tools. Go ahead, Brian.
I think you and I brought two incredibly good theories to the table. I think I'm leaning more towards yours than mine, though. I'll be honest. You brought up very, very valid points. The one thing I definitely agree, hands down, regardless of whose theory is right, the brains behind everything is Holly.
Absolutely.
And I honestly think that it's the Kool-Aid that she has them sipping on that makes them so brainwashed, or so easily brainwashable, I guess, right? You did bring up a couple things. I still have a head scratcher for Jen's first one, but since you brought up the stealing of the clothes, my head scratcher was, how did he escape without being caught? Logistically, it drives me insane. And I just want to see if I'm the only one, because how it goes is she hears something, mom hears something, he goes into the kid's bedroom. Then mom follows into the kid's bedroom, but the bedroom is here, or the kid's bedroom is closest to here, and the bedroom is south of the kid's bedroom. So he then somehow gets out of the kid's bedroom and into the mom's bedroom out the window on a single hallway. How is this possible?
I'm with you. It did bother me. It always does. When they do this with real people where there's no magic or fantasy crap, it's like, how is it that he can enter a room, we never see him leave it, yet somehow he has slipped past the woman who went directly into this room and hopped out a window? How? And I understand from the storytelling side of things, like it's done for a purpose to, like, one, make us guess, like, why the fuck we saw him there? How did he do that? Why did he do that? Mm-hmm. Also to make it seem like she is crazy and thinking that she's there and returned. Mm-hmm. So the story about it, I get, but like you said, logistically, I'm like, this is bullshit.
Yeah. It breaks my brain a little.
And what kills me about it is, like, there's an easy way that you can do this sort of thing, and it's background, right? Like she comes into the room and she's focused, right? She's focused inside the room. He's inside the doorway, right? Like he's up against the wall. Boom. She goes right past him.
There you go.
Absolutely. Exactly. And we just see a shadow out the door. That's all it takes. Like, and it doesn't have to be in focus. It barely has to be visible. But just that little moment of something slipping out of the shadows into the light of the hall and gone.
Yep.
Fixed.
That's enough for me.
Fixed.
Yeah. So. And then going back to the Jen's scene that she was telling, do we ever find out why the snakes? I know the husband, there's some backstory about the husband and snakes.
That's it.
So we just have snakes in airtight containers that live. I just
They're
what
not
is happening with the snakes?
They're not airtight. That's why he starts breaking them open, because he sees the air holes drilled into them.
Oh, there's air holes?
Yes. They're not like super obvious, but they're
not see air holes. I saw locks and moving snakes. I'm like, no, sure.
There are air holes that drilled into the tops of them, which is why he thinks that there's children trapped in them.
Right.
But no, they don't really explain the snakes. They're just like, oh yeah, my husband used to keep snakes.
Okay.
Why?
I just want to make sure I wasn't missing anything.
Maybe that's like they're poisonous and that's what they're drugged with.
So I don't think there were actually many venomous snakes in there, because it seemed like a lot of constrictors, or even even garden snakes, right? Like there wasn't.
It was to the point where he was cool with them crawling around while he was doing his investigation.
I'm freaking Indiana Jones during this whole time. It's just like snakes. Why did it have to be snakes? And he's one, I love his reactions, and the fact that he's still surprised by them after the first couple is just oh shit, oh fuck, it's I'm with you, but the fact that you're stomping around, continuing to break through these things, and it's just more snakes coming out at you. Fuck no. At a certain point, I would be so scared, so uncomfortable. And like you said, he's just whatever. And he's crawling on his boots. They're wrapping around his legs. Fuck that. I would be moving so fast through those damn boxes. I mean, have you ever seen those videos of somebody stomping cans in a line or a circle and just bam, 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 bam? Yeah. That would be me after that first freaking box opens and snakes are staring at me. I'm like, oh God, bam, bam. I'm bashing all of those locks and then we open them. It's like, bam, bam, bam. I'm getting out of there as quick as possible. Go ahead, Jen.
I hope this doesn't take us off course, but I just want to give a shout out to Loki's character. There was so many times watching him, he was so good at having that switch turn off in him and then having it turn on. And when all the time the parents are yelling at him and he's just doesn't faze him. And then same with the snakes, he's like, I have a job to do snakes. It was he was turned off at that time. And it's just, it showed so well. It showed so well in his character.
I'm tired of this snake shit.
Yeah, he was just nope, not right now. We're going to open every single one of these and make sure that there's no children in them. And I'm maybe deep down inside, he was terrified.
Right.
That's where oh shit came, but it's he got it done.
Yeah. Jen, you brought it up, the way that he handles, talking to the parents, did you guys ever watch Brooklyn Nine-Nine?
Oh yeah.
So do you remember the episode where Peralta he's talking to the mother of, I think it's either a kid who's been killed or a kid who's been missing, a son, something like that. But he's talking to the mother, and the whole time I think Rose is just don't make promises. Don't like that. Those are the rules of being a detective. You talk to them, you tell them what they have to hear, what they need to hear, and nothing more.
Yep.
And there were so many times with him where you could see that experience, right? Of I can't get emotional here. I'm here to do a job. I have to do my job, and I have to, because I mean, freaking Keller's yelling at him over and over. And he's like, sir, I understand. I'm with you. I hear you. And he repeats the same phrase over and over and over again, which I imagine is extremely frustrating for Keller, who is emotional. And this guy is clearly he's not listening to me. He's not taking me serious because he just keeps saying the same bullshit. But cop doing what a cop should do and be telling him I'm here to do my job. I understand that you're upset. Everything that you're telling me, I'm taking to heart. My whole purpose right now is to solve this case, to find your girls. That is what I'm here for. And I need you to understand that. I'm not trying to disrespect you. I'm not trying to ignore you, but I need you to understand I have a job to do, and that's what I'm here to do. Which brings me to a question for you guys. What would have happened had Keller, one, not taken Alex, and two, just let the police do what the police does? So ultimately, I'm guessing what I'm asking is like, if Keller remained just a parent, a distraught parent, and allowed Loki to do his job with no impedance and no sidetracking of things, would he have been able to solve it sooner?
Probably. Because and I think Keller kind of hints, he never admits it. He points blame. It's like when after the Bob killed himself and he's looking at the photos, he's like, you were so focused on following me. And when he said that line, it's like you could feel like the guilt coming out of him. At least I did. I was like, oh, you're not mad at him, you're mad at yourself because you are the reason why he was distracted. Nobody else but you. And so yeah, I think he could have solved it possibly sooner. But then also, how would they? I don't know, because then like how would they get to Holly's house? I don't know. I'm not a detective. I think everyone's guilty.
Okay, you actually, sorry, Brian, I'm going to cut in real fast and then hand it over to you. I apologize. You bring up a good point, Jen, and it's something I didn't actually think about, where if Alex has not been kidnapped and he remains with Holly, how does that change her strategy? That would have been very interesting, because you're right. The whole reason Loki shows up at Holly's place is to say, we found him. Right? Like that's the whole reason he's there. He shows up at the right time in order to stop everything. And yeah, that's a fair point. Had Keller not kidnapped him, that moment may not have happened. Interesting. Wow. Jen, thank you. Go ahead, Brian.
Well, I was going to add to that. When Loki goes over to the house, he has no idea that Holly is the one that's behind this. No clue.
Not even on radar.
Not even close. And then he sees the picture of her husband with the maze. And all of a sudden it clicked. That's what cracked the case. So to go to what you were asking is, would he be able to figure it out sooner? I don't think so. I really don't, because that's the only thing that made him realize that it was her the whole time. And then obviously she knew she was caught because he showed up at the front door and she can't hide Hannah in time. So she's like, well, all right, what now? There's nowhere else to go here. So I just don't think, if it wasn't for Alex being kidnapped and missing, that you get that type of resolution, because you need him to go back to Holly's and see something that he now knows, because he went to Holly's the first, but he didn't know what he was looking for. Now that he went through the maze and all that stuff, and things are starting to link together, it jumped out at him very quickly the minute he saw the picture.
I'm gonna just play devil's advocate for the fun of it at this point, because I'm with you guys. Like you've sold me on the fact that like Keller doing what he did actually ultimately leads to the saving of what was her name? Annie?
Hannah?
Anna?
And no H. Anna.
Joy and Anna.
Anna
so
or
yeah,
Hannah?
Anna.
And
Oh,
But I don't know, because he's getting all of the clues. Every piece of evidence that he finds, everything that's connecting, it all connects to Holly. Like, like he finds the dead body. Ultimately, we don't know who it is, but we get plenty of clues from it. You would think at some point they would be able to do some sort of DNA search, or figure out something, do a missing persons thing, maybe make the connection to the fact that I think that Holly says like he just left one day, like he just disappeared.
I know there was a lot of
it. Like that's, I think at a certain point, maybe that feels a bit suspicious, especially with the connection to Alex already being like the bad guy. So,
and Alex not even being her son.
Exactly, which she has admitted. So like there's a lot going on where everything comes back to Holly. Like all of the clues are leading to Holly, even with the stuff where she tries to set up Bob, right? Like Bob leads back to her. The snakes, well, there's a connection. Her husband did snakes. The book, okay, well, this is I realized that the sentence was poorly phrased, but he did snakes. Pervert. But like everything, all of the clues, everything ultimately does lead back to Holly. And if Loki is able to put all of his focus and efforts into those clues and finding answers to those things, rather than being suspicious and tracking down Keller, who's doing sketchy stuff and sending up red flags, right? Like, I mean, it's from a detective standpoint, he's absolutely sending out signals like, did you kidnap your own daughter and her friend? Like, and clearly he's capable of it, but I'm with you guys, and I really I like it. I want to stick with the fact that like with Keller doing what he did is what ultimately leads to the solving of the crime.
I think it accelerated the case.
It could have.
Yeah.
It could have, because him pushing buttons probably led to mistakes, right? Like, I mean, although
she's been doing this for 16 something or
16 years.
Or 16 children. We don't even know how long that is. So,
oh my God. And that's the worst part. This is actually really interesting to think
about. I would
about.
say she's got her practice mastered.
Well, okay. All of those children, why were only some of them spared?
Yeah, I've been wondering it too.
It had to be that they were able to manipulate them to function the way they wanted them to function, right? Like, or maybe it was early, like they might have been the children that they got early on, where the goal to say fuck you to God was not to kill these children. It simply was to remove them from their parents. So other parents had to live with that loss, right? The no resolution, your child is gone. That was the ultimate goal. That was the actual war. And then it eventually escalates to where they start killing the children. Because there's so much of that past that they don't really dive into.
It's classic, this. Oh, go ahead, Jen.
Well, they said because Alex had been gone for 26 years. So we know it's been like 26 years.
There you go. And it's classic serial killer, right? You start off with something and you have to climb the scale because you're not getting that high that you used to. So you start off with robbing people, and then robbing people is not enough. So now you have to go into, I need to break into their house. That's what I need to do. I got to break into their house. And that's not enough now. Now I need to do some physical damage to them. That's not enough now. Now I need to kill them. And now I need to see how many times I can do this without the cops catching me. And the mentality is disgusting.
It really is. But and it's so interesting when you go back to the fact that Alex was the first one.
And
she says something
about Kugler for 26 years. Well, that's why his brain's like that. I'm telling you,
okay. Thank you. That's what I wanted to bring up. She mentions I think she says like he was bitten, right? Like her husband had snakes. He was bitten, and that kind of leads to why he's careful with his words.
Right.
He uses his words more carefully. And this ties into what you were saying, Jen, about the venom actually being part of the Kool-Aid. Like I'm curious if that like that sent him a little too far over the edge. And like you said, too much of the Kool-Aid, it melted his brain to a point to where it's not only warped from the fact that these crazy people have kidnapped him, torn him from his family, and are just twisting him, but now you throw in the actual chemical imbalances that you're throwing into his body and brain.
Yep.
Coupled with the treatment and all of that stuff, like that's got to be the reason why he is the way that he is. Because God, man, like to go through that level of torture and not say anything when he does say something that it's so cryptic and it's riddles.
Yeah.
It's like, I question his motives so fucking much to the end of this movie. It's like, he's reunited with his family. Well, why? That dude does not, like, he's not normal. There's something wrong with him. Like it's whether he's, well, I think they even say it like he never meant to like keep the kids. It's just he invited them because he wanted to play. Like, I think he's got that child's mentality, like they talk about, and that's all it was. He's oh God, man, like that's dangerous. That is a dangerous man. Go ahead, Jen. Get worked up over here.
I think you said something that made me think. So with the back to the snakes thing. So I guess Holly had mentioned he got bit by a snake, and then that's when he started to choose his words more carefully. I don't think what Keller did to Alex was the first time he's been tortured.
Definitely not.
I think that he had like been tortured several times, and that was just so more so rather than saying like there was the venom in the Kool-Aid, I think it was just the trauma, and maybe the Kool-Aid helped because it was dry. It's like, I don't know. It's crazy. This was a movie.
It's clear that they were tortured, not only probably physically, but I know that mentally they were tortured as well, because you saw one of the books that said, finish the maze, you can go home. The maze was a maze with no end. So they're probably just sitting.
Okay, I didn't read it.
So they're probably just sitting there for hours and hours and hours and hours trying to finish the mazes. And that is mentally, that's breaking you. That breaks you to the littlest speck of life that you have left. And then plus you have the Kool-Aid. I mean, the bitch has some sick and twisted psycho house going on there. That's for sure. So
I can't remember. Did they explain why she let them back into the house? Like when Joy makes the run for it, like what led to her letting them out of the hole?
They were only in the hole when the cops were digging around. She didn't mean to keep them there. She just kept them there so they wouldn't get caught.
Gotcha.
Yeah. It was like a, pit stop to Crazy Town.
Sorry, was
I was wondering if
a pun with pit stop?
What?
Was that not meant to be a pun with pit stop?
No, that was just sometimes they just happen so naturally I don't even think about them anymore.
I thought that was so good.
My bad.
The accidental ones are the best.
They are. I was hoping we can talk about the hammer scene.
Yeah.
Because I definitely have some comments on this. Where do I begin? So, I mean, I'm not going to unpack the whole thing, but dude just gets his ass beat. I mean, the swelling, the what got me, and it's like the level of detail. I'm like, Paul Dano, thank you. It's when you think he's about to say something, and he opens his mouth, and you just see like the bubbles from the blood in the blood. He has like so much blood in his mouth, and you just see like the bubbles popping. I'm like, that detail is just where it's at. I mean, he's like so committed to that. And then let's talk about Jackman for a little bit. I mean, wow. You talk about just going to a level that of anger that you wouldn't believe. I mean, yeah. Yeah. Just beating the shit out of the sink. You wonder if he's gonna hit him or not. You're still not entirely convinced. It's like he might go for a hand. I think he might go for a finger here, and just nothing. And apparently, a little bit of behind the scenes here. The director said, "I want you to be." They did a take, and he's like, "That was good, Hugh, but I want you to just be completely outrageous, like go above and beyond." That's the scene that was in the movie. And now my other question, then I'll give you to the floor here. This one I'm very proud of myself for. Who did it better? Hugh Jackman screaming, "Where's my daughter?" Sean Penn, "Is that my daughter in there?"
Oh God, what's that from?
Mystic River.
Thank you.
"Is that my daughter in there?" And lastly, Christian Bale, "Where is she?" Those are your three. Who did it best?
Gonna mute myself. I'm laughing too hard.
Are we going to Jen? Okay.
Well, I was gonna add in another one. So when the way that Jackman says like "tell me" and like that, it definitely gives. We mentioned it where there will be blood. So that the end scene of "There Will Be Blood" with DDL just screaming at the top of it, like that.
Oh,
it goes in your brain. That's what his "tell me" did to me.
Yeah. So I went with more of like the connection of either daughter or female, or some type of missing female is in here. But I love your little your add-on though.
Yeah.
And I don't even have an answer to mine. I think, God, they're so good. All delivered. Have you guys seen all of them or no?
No, I'm only this one.
You haven't seen Mystic River?
No.
Okay. But which is it which one does he do? Where is she? Is that Batman Begins? No, that's The Dark Knight.
Dark Knight.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That one's pretty that one's good, but I think unfortunately that's in third place for me.
You know what the irony is, real fast?
God, I don't know who
it's. Christian Bale, the "Where Is She?"
Mm-hmm.
is in reference to Jake Gyllenhaal's sister, Maggie.
Oh wow. That's interesting.
He's playing Rachel Dawes at that point.
Yeah. Wow.
Fun fact.
I don't know. For me personally, I think I might give it to Hugh. That was "Where's My Daughter?" Just down my spine. So what a scene. Man, what a scene.
Yeah. I because I haven't seen you said Mystic River with Sean Penn.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why. I feel like I've seen that scene. Is that my daughter? Like that, it feels more like sad, emotional, if I'm not mistaken.
I
don't remember. Obviously I don't know context.
It's when there's a body found.
Ah, yes. Okay. Yes. So that's more of a devastation kind of emotion.
Right.
Whereas Hugh is absolute anger, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like that is pure ferociousness. So for me, like I think he gets it as well, but I ultimately attribute that to the scene itself as well. Because like you said, the freaking director's like, okay, we got a take, not bad. I want you to be become unhinged.
Great word. Yeah, that's what it is.
But that's the direction, right? It's like, I want you to be unhinged.
Yeah.
The other two people, Terrence Howard, Paul Dano, they don't know what the fuck he's gonna do. They just know he's gonna lose it. That's their only indication of what he's about to do. Terrence doesn't have to do a whole lot because he's there basically just holding the guy and scared anyway. So like, I mean, stay off to the side from the man with the hammer. Like, and I honestly, I don't remember what Terrence's face looks like because I'm looking at Paul the whole time.
Who's looking at him? Who's looking at him?
No, but this was something that I thought was really interesting, and what builds the freaking power of this whole thing is with every bit of ferocity that Hugh Jackman brings to this scene, and I mean, freaking bah, 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 and then he plants it in the wall. Like, I mean, like everything that he does is terrifying. It's a real fucking hammer. He's destroying shit. And you can see Paul Dano's hand. Like, that's the only thing that I would say even twitches about him. He's up on that wall and maintains stillness, knowing that he has no idea what he's really about to do, and has to have complete trust in that while staying in character. But you can see his hand barely moves, like a little bit of like it's he's trying to get out of the way like a normal fucking person would. But he is sitting there with that face, right? The like scared out of his fucking mind. Doesn't
fucking flinch once.
Doesn't. Like, that's...
I flinched when my cat jumped on my lap.
Right?
I was so impressed with once again, everyone's performance in the scene, but Paul Dano is like a wild ass crazy Hugh Jackman is going absolutely ballistic in this bathroom, and I don't even think I saw your eye move. Like, it's unbelievable.
I honestly, I think what my favorite part of this scene, after knowing the fact that it was like yes, I need you to just go nuts. Right. Like that's the direction, that's the take that they use, that's what we see. The fact that it ends with him planting the hammer in the wall, leaving, while Paul Dano, I think he collapses or he freezes or whatever, again, like you would expect.
Yes.
The last thing you see of this scene is Terrence Howard catching his breath, trying to kind of like collect himself from the moment as well. And he looks right at the hammer in the wall. Like that's an actor having a genuine reaction to like, holy fuck, he did that, while staying in character of like, the fuck did my friend just do?
It's so good.
Like the fact that they kept the scene long enough to have that shot of Terrence Howard seeing the hammer, looking at the hammer, and then cutting away. That's what does it for me. Not only do we get ferocity from Hugh, just going absolutely ballistic, the fucking psychopathic nothing emotions from Dano as he's being attacked, and then Terrence being the one fucking normal person in this crazy situation having a genuine reaction to what the fuck just happened. Yeah. Like, and it all fucking comes together, and
it's perfect. And the fact that the sink doesn't, if like sometimes you'll see when they hit a sink, the whole thing just collapses.
Yeah.
It just was chipping apart. I was like, that's so much better than the whole thing just coming down. I don't know what it was about like this half beaten sink that just added extra spice to the scene. It was amazing.
Yeah.
God, and the best part too, because I don't think that they necessarily could have planned this. Excuse me, unless they had other other prop sinks for him. Like it was written that he destroys the sink. Either way, like the intensity he brings. But I love the fact that it's that sink, the broken sink, that when Loki is on the phone and he's still doing his sweep, the reason he completely overlooks the fact that the freaking bathtub is boxed in is because he notices the sink.
I never oh my God, that's so good.
He sees the sink, sees it's destroyed, and moves on.
So good.
Like the scene is brilliant.
Yeah. Shit. See?
Yeah, the scene is brilliant.
I never thought of that. The broken sink plus the boarded why ask questions.
I mean,
That's amazing. That's so good.
He completely
I
breezes
thought
past
I
it.
solved everything on this one.
He completely breezes past the box, and because they show the shot from inside the bathroom of his focus at the sink, like eye contact to the sink, moves on. There's no reason for like he doesn't look at anything else.
Speaking of nuts, they come from
Traumatized nuts.
They are cocoa nuts.
They come from living things. So I have a scene head scratcher for you guys.
You are like head scratchers.
To start us off.
They come from living things. So here's
I don't want to give it away because you'll see. I'll give it away right now. My scene is called Highway to the Wooden Trees.
Okay.
Do you know what scene this is, people?
I would say it's between two. One when Alex crashes the truck. Okay, then we'll just go with that.
That's it.
That's it.
Yeah.
He crashes the
I'll say my head scratcher first, and then I'll kind of just say why I wrote down this scene. But why drive into the trees? So we'll think on that one. But I like this scene because once again, it's just placing the viewer into just the most eerie feeling. I don't know. There's something very creepy about a camper pointing towards the forest in pouring down rain. Not to mention when he crashes into the trees, purposely into the trees, and he's hiding. They've got him hiding in the thing. Then they pull him out, and that flashlight on him, and it's like, oh, hello, Paul Dano. Like, could you look any more demented right now? And just the movie is just already off to such a great start with just that scene alone. And it's a type of scene where you would almost picture what happened maybe like 40-50 minutes or even towards the end of a movie. It's like, no, we're going with the they found the camper, and it's like so accelerated. And you're like, well, where's the movie going to go from here? And then obviously it goes. But I just thought it was once again, it's not going by the same playbook of your classic abductee movie, and I'm just loving every move that they decide to go with. Go ahead, Matt.
No, you like you just said. I mean, this movie surprised me. Like they within the first 20 minutes, they're like, okay, here's the camper, kids are kidnapped, here's the guy who did it, we caught him. It's like, oh, like we're 30 minutes into this. What the hell else is going to happen? Like they do such a great job of selling us on the fact of like, yeah, this is the guy. We all know it's the guy. It's him. It's the RV. We know it was the RV. Like it's just, and that's all based off of, yeah, we saw an RV and they were climbing on it, told them to get off and they got off. Like nothing else happened with this RV, but because it's a suspicious RV, they go for it. And it's ironically 100% accurate. But then the movie from here on out does a fantastic job of steering us away from that. It's like,
big time.
We know he did it. We know he did it. But did he?
Yeah.
But did he? Like it's the movie itself is fucking with us. And that is brilliant enough. But the fact that freaking Alex keeps dropping these little hints of things to fuck with Keller.
Yeah.
It's like, Jesus, everybody is like, he didn't do it. Like it just, it all starts with that scene. And like you said, the first time we see him and he's looking demented, it's like, yeah, he did it. He did it. We know like they sell everything on it. But to go to your question or nitpick about like the why drive it into the tree kind of thing, I have a theory.
Love to hear it because I had nothing.
I think he may have tried to kill himself, I think he may have I think he tried to end it.
Oh.
And the reason that I say this is we later find out that he has the RV, he gets the girls, and it wasn't his idea to keep them. It was like, I mean, that's out of his control. Like she takes them, she keeps them. And why else would you send him back out there with the RV? Like from Aunt Holly's perspective, sure, maybe she's trying to set him up and just like keep this storyline going of it was him, even though it's technically not. It is technically not. But I think because he was the first kid that's been stolen, he has gone through this for the longest amount of time with these people. I think that the reason he runs was actually to try and get away from it all. Because I mean, when he drives, like he's pointed at that forest, and when he backs up, he drives right into what is like a branch or a limb or something that goes right through the windshield.
Yeah.
I think he tried to kill himself and missed.
I'd buy it.
Failed. I like, why else? Why else would he have done that? Why else would he have run? He didn't run. He backed up, he moved, and then he charged this tree.
Yeah.
I think he tried to kill himself because he wanted it to end. And he knew, like, she may have sent him out there to be the patsy, to be the one that gets caught, to do all of this, to send it on this wild goose chase of like, he clearly didn't do it, but he did it. And he knows like he's going to be blamed for all of this. And there's only one way out. Just like Bob knew, there's only one way out. He was under Aunt Holly's thumb. He was being pressured and forced into doing these things that he didn't want to do, but couldn't say who it really was. And how does he resolve it? Gets his hand on a gun and pulls the trigger. He was successful. Alex was not. Go ahead, Jen. You had your hand up, didn't you?
Yeah, it was just gonna be funny and be like, I feel like this is the part where if Nick was here, he would ask, Tiki, would you say the RV is a character in itself?
Yes.
No, I can't give the RV a character. But that whistle.
Well played, sir. Well played.
So funny.
Oh man. Where do I want to go? I'm just looking at notes as per usual.
But I know what Matt said. I agree. I thought he was trying to kill himself too.
Okay.
That was the question that I got when the RV just went. Whoo, I was like, oh, he's running for life.
I'd buy it. I would definitely buy it.
It makes one. Oh
no, go ahead, Jen.
I was gonna say, it makes me wonder now though, because like he tried to kill himself, and then Bob did kill himself. I wonder out of those kids, how many of them killed themselves instead of was murdered. What if they actually never murdered any of them?
Wow.
But they all killed themselves.
That's a certainly much darker turn.
That's the NC-17.
Well, yes, there you go. I'm gonna stick with the fact that when the husband goes to the priest to confess.
Oh, that's true.
Like, I mean, he does brag that, like, yep, I killed 16 of them.
16, yeah, he did.
I'm gonna kill more. I'm gonna do it again. Like, I would say that, yeah, there's probably a healthy number of them that may have found a way to kill themselves, but I don't know. They got some sick, twisted joy out of this by the end, and I think that they found that in killing these kids.
I wonder what made the guy want to confess to the priest though.
He's a priest.
I
know, but why would you what I think when you confess, like you make a confession, it's because you're feeling a bit of regret or remorse for the actions that you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
He must have been.
I think it was the twisted side of it, like, because he tells the priest, like, yeah, I'm waging war on God. Like, it was a confession in the sense of what it literally was, but what it actually was him boasting and telling a religious figure, like, I'm waging war on God and I'm winning. From a guy like is a guy who was a devout follower, right? Like that's why he does it, is like he's so cocky and confident. And technically, priests cannot it's
attorney-client privilege.
Kind of, yeah, like it's kind of what it is, right? Like I think I want to say, like, I've talked with priests where like they've had something like this where somebody has confessed a horrible crime to them, and the way that like they handle that is they try to convince them to turn themselves in. It's like, you understand what you're doing is wrong. Well, you understand why you did it and why it's wrong. That's why you're here, right? Like the only way to kind of get actual redemption is to turn yourself in. You have to stop this and admit what you've done to the authorities and give yourself up. Like I feel like that's what tends to be the job of a priest in those situations. What's to stop? What is to stop a priest from hearing something like this, immediately going to the authorities and telling them what happened? The only thing that stops them is confessions tend to be anonymous, right? Like, one, if you're in an old school confessional booth where you can't really see them, you don't know what they look like. You don't typically ask anybody their name. And if you do, maybe you get a first name. How can you even prove that that's real, either what they give you? So it's a real wishy-washy situation. And the fact that he was able to convince the guy to come back and acted on it, oh, especially from a priest that I believe was probably taken out of the clergy for being a pedophile. Like, oh God, there's luck. I don't know whose hand went up first, but you guys deserve a chance to talk.
It was me, but Jen, were you gonna say something in what Matt just said?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, the whole confidential thing, I think telling the cops about this guy is far more better of an idea than keeping him in some hole in your basement until he's dead.
Okay. All right. So this is pretty much leading up to the scene that I was going to bring up. I've got a little bit of confusion now that I've listened to Matt, though. So I'll start my title, because you guys like my titles. He's my basement body.
Oh, God.
So messed up, and I love it.
I know. Just the scene in general is.
I thought the rating was dark.
What?
I thought I'm renovating was dark.
Yeah.
Just look it up.
The scene in general is just, I mean, it's whack shit crazy. You think that the priest is dead. Turns out he's not dead. He's just drunk as a skunk. Only to have a fridge, I think it was a refrigerator, that was blocking a door. And Detective Loki moves the door and opens up, and he's like, the fuck is this? And that would be my reaction too, to be honest. But I did question throughout the movie if Loki has a problem with calling for backup. If it's like just not in his script, is he like more of an egocentric, like, I need to figure this out myself? But I don't know why you're not calling for backup immediately after seeing a passed out drunk and then a hole from hell type deal. And then he jumps in and starts to, look around. They give you that jump scare of was it Mother Teresa? No, that wasn't Mother Teresa. That was
Mary.
Virgin Mary, thank you.
The other virgin.
The other one. They give you the jump scare on that, and then we find the body and all that. Now, here's where I get a little confused about. Matt, it's your theory is he was bragging and I killed 16 people, blah, 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 right? If I'm not mistaken and memory serves correct, the body is clearly dead. I believe it was sitting on a chair, like a wheelie chair.
I don't think it was a wheelie chair. I think it's just like a wood
or a chair, right? And it looked like it was bound to the chair as if it was being held prisoner.
Yeah.
So I didn't see that as bragging. I looked at this as he asked the priest to kidnap him to stop him from doing what he's doing. And he's almost punishing himself, and that's how he's, because we don't know the autopsy. That's the one thing I wish about this movie. How did her husband die? Was it by blunt force trauma? Was it by starvation? Was it by malnutrition? All these like what ifs on how many ways that they could have. Was he just locked in there and he's like, I'm punishing myself. You are keeping me here, and this is how I end my life. Because if I continue, I will continue to kill kids. Which then I think just debunks the whole bragging thing. So I'm very lost as to where, like, what exactly was the husband's intent.
I think that's an interesting theory because you're going off of the idea that when he came to the priest, he was genuinely apologetic.
Mm-hmm.
Like he actually did feel remorse.
And I'm just going off the general impression of he's bound to a chair.
I don't think he asked for that though. Like I hear your theory, and like I don't want to discredit it because it does make sense. But my impression of how things went down was this priest that he's been in trouble. Like he's clearly on this list of pedophiles. He's been red list, blacklist, or whatever the actual wording is. So he's essentially lost his priesthood.
Mm-hmm.
But he has this guy who's coming to him for confession, and he is telling this priest who is a pedophile that he is killing children, doing it and liking it and feeling no remorse towards it. And my impression is that the priest hears all of this, takes it personally to the sense of like, I know what I did was wrong and I'm paying for it. What you're doing is wrong and nobody is stopping you, nor will they. And he decides to take it upon himself to do something.
Right. So it's
invites him back. He straps him to this chair and leaves him in the basement to die. The reason he does, like, what feeds all of that for me is he moves. I mean, there's no staircase. Like he destroys it. He makes it this hole that he forgets about or tries to forget about, blocks it with the fridge, and then spends the rest of his time drinking to get over the fact that he strapped a man to a chair and is just letting him die and trying to ignore the fact that he, in a sense, did a great evil for the great good.
That's another good theory.
But I think that's where his whole alcoholism is where it really stems from, is the fact that he did this horrible thing. And the only way for him to cope with it, because he's essentially lost his church, is to drink. I mean, look at the amount of bottles that he had around him. And like freaking Loki even chalks it up as like a freaking drunkard.
Oh yeah.
Like he's chalking it up to like, that was the moving of the fridge was a decision by a drunk person. I don't think so. I think that was a decision of a sober man trying to move past this horrible thing that he's doing and drinking to forget. Although I am very interested in a theory in a storyline where the husband, Holly's husband, genuinely does feel remorse and is apologetic and is seeking some sort of redemption, to the point where, and it still feeds into with the priest doing what he did, right? It's like straps him down there, leaves him to die, one like he asked him to do. And in order to forget or move past or try and cope, he turns to alcohol. So it's still plausible. But
two theories leading to the same road.
Exactly. And the only thing that like is leaning me away from your theory is the fact that it is the priest that says, you know, like this is the story he tells us, right? Is like he came to me for a confession. He tells me this. He's proud of it. He's boasting about it. I got him to come back and I killed him.
Yeah.
You got your
I have a nitpick and then a head scratcher that goes along with the scene that we're on. So I think to me, the obvious nitpick is there's no smell.
Yeah, that nitpicked me too.
Come on. That's a rotting corpse in an open area. That's why the priest is drinking. It's like, God, the stench on this guy.
Yeah.
And then Loki just jumps in and he's like, oh, cool, no smell. I mean, that thing is like easily 2 weeks decayed. Like I'm easy. I don't know how exactly how long, but
long enough.
Yeah, long enough for sure. So that one I'm like, sure, movie magic, no smell. That's fine. But here's my head scratcher though. Should Loki have listened to the priest and take him more seriously? I ask this because so many obvious, like you don't realize it until the end of the movie and you see how everything connects, but so many obvious connections are right there that the priest is saying. He has a husband, that was a husband, he's been killing kids. It's just like, it's all right there. It's like, wait, this lady doesn't have a husband, but this one it's so easily linkable. And Loki, you can tell, is just dusting the priest off as a dumbass drunk. And I'm like, dude, your golden ticket is right there. And he's screaming at you every answer you need to start making legit connections with, and this is kind of goes back to our other argument about what happens if Keller takes it or not, or, takes Alex or not. You can now start making a case that if Loki takes the priest seriously enough, now we don't need the return visit from, oh my God, I just broke my own brain. Now we don't need the return visit to Holly's home because he's now already on the trail from actually taking what the priest was saying seriously. Very interesting. So my answer is yes, he should have taken more seriously. But go ahead, Matt. Or actually, John. John, you had your hand up.
Mine's to add another theory to it's not related.
Oh, well, quick answer and then add the theory. We'll bounce. We're good at bouncing. You know this.
Well, I don't have an answer to yours.
Oh, well, add your theory.
Okay, so here's my theory. Okay. So the priest, he's a pedophile. And not really a priest, right?
Not anymore.
So, not anymore. So therefore, that gives no real reason for that guy to confess to this priest because he's not really a priest. So I'm thinking maybe the pedophile had an eye on a child that the guy then attacked. And so the priest saw everything that guy was doing, kidnapped him.
Oh, shit.
Kidnapped him and called it a confession. That's what I think. I don't think it was anything innocent or pure on anyone's part.
Wow.
Now that is a hot take.
Whoa, my God.
Because why would that guy choose that priest? Like, you're like a pedophile. You're one of my people. Like, no. So I think the priest was doing something he shouldn't have been doing. Saw that other guy that was taking it to a whole other, like a violent level, kidnapped the guy.
Sherlock Holmes, sit on the bench. Wow.
That
I like that. I'm with it.
honestly, that is such an interesting theory because we don't know the timeline. I think we could probably through some clues figure out how long the husband's been dead, but we don't know how long the priest has not been a priest.
Yeah.
Like it could have been he was still a priest while this confession happened. If the confession happened, right? Like it could have happened as he was still a priest. He does all of this. He kills the guy, and then it comes out that he's a pedophile and loses his priestliness. That seems muddy. But having it to where he is a pedophile, he loses the priesthood, he discovers this guy doing what he's doing and has a bit of a Keller effect and kidnaps this guy. Like that is a really, really fascinating connection. Especially,
dude, it's a classic turf war.
Well, it's
oh my God.
But it's like there's different attraction to the children too. Where you have the pet, and this is gonna sound the pedophile like loves the kid, and then this person wants to murder and hurt and harm the kid. Those both very evil, both very evil, and the acts are very, very wrong, but it's still like a battle.
That's the fucking hottest take of the night.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I mean, to keep firing with this too, the whole fight throughout this entire movie is the fact that Holly is waging war against God, right? Like that's the whole purpose. And who is it that's fighting back? Devout people. The priest, although not a good guy, he has done many a bad things, fights back essentially for the side of good, right? Does a terrible thing for a good reason. Keller, another devout religious man, does a terrible thing for the greater good.
Wow.
It's like that fits in with this whole argument. Like
it certainly does.
That is such a hot take. And now it really like it breathes so much life into the real story of this movie being a war between
good and evil.
Good and evil. God, I might like the fact that we're digging this deep and finding so many freaking things to pull from. It's making me like this story more.
I know. I was like, I rated it too low. God, see, but this is the stuff that this is why we do this. This is why we talk about these movies, because I mean, we saw the movie, it ended, and we have questions, we have ideas, we have like, what's this mean? What does that mean? Why this? Well, what about this? Like we have all of this stuff that's going, and now we're leading to a point where it's like, I don't know if the writer planned this, but the fact that all of these other little puzzle pieces are fitting together too, that's not thrown in your face and obvious within the literal dialogue.
Right.
Like if those connections were made intentionally, fucking brilliant. If they were made unintentionally, fucking brilliant. Because that just means that you wrote such a strong story that it doesn't need to be intentional to still have that there.
Well,
right?
The dialogue in the movie itself is incredible. It's the type where you're just like, when like they're in a group of people in a room, you can't wait for someone to speak and then for someone to say something else, because you're just so fascinated in whatever it is that they're saying. I mean, especially when you have like Jake Gyllenhaal and Hugh Jackman in a car together or in a room together, and they're, just battling each other, and you're listening to what's being said, and you're just like, I can listen to 5 more minutes of this conversation. Please keep going. So it's not only like visually appealing, but it's also the storyline and the dialogue. It's great.
Just to feel that fire. the dialogue, there's not tons of dialogue, but what's incredible about it is every time they say something, they have something to say.
Yes.
What's even more important about that is how they say it.
Yes.
I think Hugh Jackman does the best job of having such realistic and human intent behind what he says. For example, you brought up when they're in the car together, and
I didn't even write that
Loki
down,
Loki calls him out and is like, well, you were going the other way before.
Yeah.
Why was that? And he was like, I mean, you can see that, like, he's like, okay, you caught me on that. And he's trying to come up with an excuse. And it's a really good one. Like, I well, and it's just like, I haven't had a drink in blah, blah, blah years. And blah, like, it's not only the fact that he comes up with this fantastic lie that's also true and well done, but it's how he delivers it, where there's that tinge of indignance behind it of, you've caught me a little bit and fuck you for the accusation.
Yeah.
But it's defensive, and
not only does he come up with the reason as to why he was going that way, but then the dig that he gives to Detective Loki. I was hoping I would guess, the feeling would go away by the time the store was open. But then I saw you. And I'm like, oh shit.
Yes.
And it's just like, and you were the one that just made me realize how much I need this drink. And that's why I went to go get a drink. And it's just like, just talk about just completely turning the head the opposite way. It's like, you're looking right, now you're looking left, and you don't even remember what you were looking right for. It was brilliant. It's stuff like that where, that's what I'm saying, the dialogue, it's so good.
It is so good. And just another interesting thing about that scene, right? Like, he says the comment of like, I haven't had a drink in 9.5 years. Like, nobody says that in a lie when it's not true. Like,
well, we just saw him drinking wine on Thanksgiving.
Was he? I don't remember seeing him actually drinking.
I think all four of them were drinking wine.
Drunk? What was that?
Doesn't he say I'm drunk?
I don't think so.
Yeah, so it was all an act for Detective Loki. It was all an act.
Well, either way, it was done very, very well. But what I think is interesting about that scene too is it seems to be a catalyst for him to actually drink. And I think at some point in his life, he was an alcoholic. He's recovering, or
it's possible.
It's just, or maybe not even an alcoholic, but he was a heavy drinker at a certain point.
I catch post heavy drinker vibes.
Well, it's the way that Ralph addresses him is like, hey, don't think like I don't think you've been drinking. I can smell it on you. Like, and you shot like the way that whole scene, how it all spirals, and you can see in Ralph's kind of reaction to it all of like Dad's drunk and angry. Like, I haven't seen him like this in a long time, and it's like I just the fear on his face of that interaction. But also, you see Keller from that moment on with Loki in the car. He is drinking. He is getting drunk. Like it started off as an excuse, as an alibi, and became truth.
Mm-hmm.
God, this is a good movie.
I got a scene change for you.
Please do.
I'm not going to go into crazy details, just the highlights on this one. It's called Parking Lot Confession. No.
Oh, they didn't cry until I left.
There you go.
You fucker.
There you go. So the highlights. Number one, Hugh Jackman's rage. Thank you. Just comes in so hot. I'll start going name. Keller. Driving, comes in, just storms through everybody. There's no one stopping this man. Grabs Alex, and then you get his delivery. You get Paul Dano's delivery, and I'm like, that is, I don't know how many takes it took, but holy shit, that was just an incredible voice delivery and looks and just everything. And it's like, they didn't cry until I left them. And I'm like, that's enough to just, I don't know how you still have a heartbeat. I just, my God, that is creepy.
Oh God, these little moments from Alex drove me insane because he drops those little nuggets at just the right time and just the perfect opportunity, and it's like that's those are the things where like early on it keeps us locked in of like, yeah, he did this.
Yeah,
he did this. Like he just admitted, like he said it. We're with you, Keller. We heard it. He said it. He said it. But he does it when they're alone. He's close enough and can say it quiet enough that only Keller hears. And these are the moments where it makes me wonder if he was instructed, or like if it's just because
I know
that comment is still truthful when we find out that he took them to play whatever, like he took them with no intention of keeping them. But when he leaves them with Holly, who is the real trouble, that's when they cry. It's not because of him that they cry, but when I left, they cried because he was the one that could save them, could protect them, that took them there. He left them. And that's when they like, God, Alex says just the right things to piss you off. Go ahead, Jen.
Alex.
Fucking
So I think, I don't know if this is called a head scratcher or maybe it's just a question for the group. But
any questions a head scratch? We've been doing this for like almost 4 years. Come on.
Okay, so here's my question for you guys. Why do you think Alex remained silent through it all? I'll share my theory first if you guys want to hear my theory, or I'll wait.
Let's hear your theory.
So my theory is not, Matt, you kept saying instructed to do this, instructed to do that. But to me, I mean, regardless of how much trauma and abuse this poor boy has endured throughout his whole life, that's still like the mama figure. And he couldn't turn on his mom. And that's what I think. And I think he held silent.
I like that one.
Not so much out of fear, but just out of love.
Yeah.
So what do you know? Which, I mean, it's so sad, but because because the whole time I'm watching this, I'm like, why won't he just say it? Like if he really didn't do it, what's up with this? And then you find the conclusion that Holly is like the ringleader of this. I was like, oh, he did it I think he stayed silent out of just love for his mom.
Yeah. Yeah.
Worse than Mama Dearest, I think.
Big competition.
Come on.
I can support that, Jen.
I back it up entirely too, especially if you go off of the suicide theory.
Yeah.
If I'm dead, I can't talk.
Yeah. I think that's a very good sound theory.
Jen's on fire tonight.
She really is. But I also along with that theory, I think that because of the 20 odd years of torture and manipulation and all of that, like with mom, it's that childlike brain, that 10-year-old brain that he has. I think that's true. I don't think that's something he's faking. So like the fact that he speaks in very simple sentences, he's very specific about what he says. Like the way that his brain has to work is, I can't just talk. I have to say specifically what I mean, even if it's cryptic. And I think part of Keller's torturing him was triggering memories. The reason he couldn't say certain things was either he didn't have the words or he didn't know. And when it got to the point when he says, "I'm not Alex," when he utters that, I think it's because like it was the regression. It was, I've been in this situation before. I've been here before. And the memory unlocked in his brain of, I was taken. I'm not Alex. So it's like, he can't, like, he doesn't have the words, or he doesn't have the way of saying, she took me too, Holly took me. He doesn't have those, or he can't because of whatever mental block. But in that moment, like when he drops little hints and riddles to Keller in those situations, it's not necessarily an unwillingness to say things. It's being in that situation unlocks the clues.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good theory too.
That's
I
great.
like that. Good. So he doesn't have any love for that crazy ass bitch.
I don't think so.
You said it, you win.
Well, no. I think it's a dependence, right? Like he doesn't understand or know life without her. That is his existence. Go ahead, Brian.
Well, we're talking about her, so might as well bring up my scene. Holy Holly Jones. I think we all know what scene this is.
I'm guessing it's the last time we see her with Keller.
With Keller, yeah. Yeah.
What she says before she's shot is freaking like you are so on the dark side and not coming.
Yeah, you're talking about before she closes Keller in the hole?
Yeah. No.
Before she gets shot.
Oh, that. Okay. Oh, well,
like,
no, so that's a different scene.
Oh, okay. What are you talking about?
So I'm talking about when Keller approaches her after Joy is rescued, and she says, you were there. And instantly he pieces it together and he's like, oh my God, it's the bitch. And he books it. And this is what I love is now you've got Jake or Detective Loki is trying to get him because now Loki already has found Alex. So Loki's like, I'm going after you because of your criminal intent. And I know where you're going.
This is how he actually discovers Alex, because he thinks Keller's going to the apartment.
That's right. I'm sorry. Yes. Thank you. Yes. Because I knew that this is what I love is Keller is booking it to Holly's place. And he's like, case closed. It's not it's not Alex who I've been torturing. I know exactly who to go after now. And then Detective Loki's like, I know exactly where you're going. You're trying to cover up the evidence and blah, blah, blah. And it turns out that Loki is like, well, apparently I have no idea where this guy's going. It's entirely empty. Anyway, so then he gets to Holly's, and this is when she does the whole like I've got to burn and it's gun under the hand but why I wrote this scene down is just the what's the cadence of this of the scene I think is what really got me. It's just like how eerie and like slow motion calm it was in a very high intense situation. Do you get what I'm saying? Like I don't know if it was the actress's delivery of how she was doing it, but it wasn't like when normally you get these scenes where it's like gun pointed and it's like super intense and it's like, do as I say or I'll shoot you, something like that. But she was just like, everything was just so diabolically planned. It was like, go and like just her like her cadence, right? Like it's go to the counter, top drawer, open it, put them on. Like just, ooh, man, that was some. It's a very it was once again just such a really powerful scene in the movie. I do think that he could have taken her at least a couple. There was probably some moments where he probably could have come up with something, whether it was like the tool belt, or when he went for his tool belt, especially when he had his back turned to the sink. There might have been some type of thing, or more importantly, I think where I caught is when they walked outside. She dropped the gun down at her side for a little bit, kind of like let her guard down just a little. I felt that there was probably some type of escape route, but maybe he was just afraid of making a move. But anyway, that scene is just it's great. Go ahead, Matt.
My tough part with it, like you said, is he's got the gun right there, and he doesn't do anything.
Right.
Like, I mean, he basically lets himself get taken.
Yeah.
And
you could have eased him and like, I don't want to hurt you with the gun in hand, and then turn around and now you have gun on gun.
Exactly. And the only rationale I have for that is because he knows that she has his daughter.
Right.
But he doesn't know where she is.
Right.
That's the only reason he's not immediately beating the shit out of this woman or killing her, is because he needs that information. But
ironically, it's not that hard to find.
Well, where is she? Like that's the other part that bothers me of this. They never show I guess they do later, that she's locked in this just bedroom essentially.
Yeah, and I guess it was a 2-story house.
Maybe
it seemed like it was upstairs, or maybe like
I think it was all downstairs. But
I don't know.
What they do a really bad job of is like showing the actual layout of this house, because Keller keeps going to a different door than the one that Loki goes into.
Right.
So like that's just odd. But I mean, I don't know. For me, what I like, this is me. I am Keller. I have been torturing a guy for 6 days or close to, let's call it 4 days. 4 days. He's been torturing a guy. I'm torturing a guy for 4 days. I'm doing everything in my power to find my daughter and her friend. Daughter's friend is now safe. Where is my daughter? I know who has her. Nothing is stopping me. She shot him in the leg. You bet your ass if I had a fucking gun and I know that this is the lady who did it, I'm shooting you in the ass. I'm dropping you. You will not be a threat, but you will still be alive to tell me where my daughter is.
Yeah.
Like that's probably, like I said, I get everything about why he did what he does in this scene. Like we talk about the realism of this. Like, yeah, that's a real thing. This was a guy who tried to get the upper hand. She was ready from the get-go. She had the gun. She had it planned. She knew.
Yeah, she had the drop on him for sure.
She knew he'd be back. She knew why he'd be back. And God, though, like that. But that's, for me, this is a guy who's been pushed so far to the edge. It surprises me that he ends up in the hole. That's it. Like it surprises me that he ends up in the hole. It actually, I think this is a fun fact. In the original ending, does not have him being rescued.
Oh,
the original, which it's only alluded to that he actually is rescued, because Loki does the whole like, is that a whistle? That's a whistle. No, it's not a. That's a whistle. Is that a whistle?
Save. I have some comments for the ending.
Yes, but that's to go with all of that. Like, I mean, and even the fact that, like, God, like, I mean, he's drinking the Kool-Aid. Fuck, turn around, Decker in the face. Get that out of your system. Like,
anything.
I'm sorry, Jin. There's never an excuse. There's never an excuse to hit a woman. I think this is an excuse to hit a woman.
Is the perfect excuse.
I think this is an excuse to hit a woman.
There are definitely some escape options. What, Jen?
Put this bitch in a headlock.
Oh yeah. And then what she says to him before closing the hole.
Okay, what did she say?
You don't remember?
Like
put a tourniquet on it. Hopefully you'll last 24 hours. I'd
But
love for you to be alive so I can drop your daughter's body in there with you or some. I almost had it, but
fucking cold blooded. I'd love for you
oh
to be
my
alive
God.
to see me drop your daughter down there. Fucking ruthless. Oh, this woman.
in her once again, her delivery of like the line read, I'm like, will someone do something horrific to you, please?
Oh my God.
Like she got out easy, in my opinion.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Come on.
That okay. Can we talk about her?
I mean, we might as well, where it's right on top of it. Sure.
Correct me if I'm wrong on this one, because it was hard for me to tell, but it looks like when she's drugging Anna, when she's putting whatever the poison is into her, even though she's caught, she stops putting the rest of it in.
No, I think she finishes the dose.
Okay, that was the hard part for me. Is like I couldn't tell if she finished.
I think she finishes the dose, and then she tries to do the you got me, and then tries to pull the hidden gun on her to get the jump on Detective Loki.
Oh no, I think that was just to trigger him to shoot her so that she wouldn't, like, she knew she wasn't getting out of there.
Oh yeah, most likely.
Well, there's at that point, there's no way she gets out without being in prison for the rest of her life or getting a death sentence or something. So it's like, okay, I've reached the end of my journey. The fucking Jen, you had the line. Do you want to say it?
Oh, like something about make sure that you bury me. I don't want to be
Reverse.
Make sure
Yeah.
I don't want to be buried.
Well, there was something even more to that, right?
It was make sure I'm cremated. I don't want to be buried in a box 6 feet under or something. I think something like that.
It was some cold-blooded God, it was some cold-blooded shit. You know what they should have done was like freaking mummified her to a degree, like petrified her so that like she doesn't decay. She's just like a freaking statue where people can spit on her and slap her in the face and stuff. That's the way that she should have gone out. Don't cremate her. Who cares if that was her last request? No, you freaking you cast her in freaking gelatin for all I care. Like, no. Fuck her. She does not get a last request. She didn't even get a last meal. Fuck her. She's a bad man. I haven't got to say it in a while, but she's a bad man. God, by the end of this movie, I liked her. I liked her throughout the entire movie, and then when it was revealed, she went from this innocent little ant that's just trying to take care of this guy. It's not his fault he's a psychopath. It's exactly your fault he's a psychopath.
Yeah, she's cynical.
Oh my God. Go ahead, Jen.
Well, I'm gonna say this with caution because you two are probably gonna be like, no. But this is the soft side of me. I guess she's crazy. Obviously, she's evil, but like it all stemmed from her just being incredibly hurt. That's what it comes down to. She was just in a lot of pain and she didn't know how to handle her own pain. She didn't know how to face it. And so she definitely snapped.
No empathy, no sympathy. Fuck that shit.
I had a feeling, little island.
You are not getting by me on that. Maybe Matt, but not me.
I think you could tell from she's a bad man that I don't have any empathy for her. But because you bring it up, I do think that it's interesting, right? Like it's she and her husband ultimately come to the same decision. We lost our child to cancer, something we couldn't control. God gave him cancer and took him away from us. they come to the same conclusion. Okay, God took our child. Let's start taking other people's. Like,
I think Holly was the ringleader. The husband just went along.
and that is the interesting part with your theory. If he truly was remorseful, and whether he asked the priest to kill him or not, like the fact that he went to a confession or spoke to this priest on any level, that connection, I think that it does. It fuels the fact that, I mean, think about freaking Mother, right? We watched the Jennifer Lopez. A mother's love is so intense that it can drive you to madness. And I have no empathy for her, because any person who decides life, chaos, whatever entity has taken something from me, now I have the right to take it away from other people. Like, that's never okay or justifiable. Nobody is entitled to take life. And that's why I have no empathy for her. But I understand, not literally, because I'm not a mother. Woman will never have that. But to understand that mother's love, right? That is the intensity of how this situation escalates, is the loss and love of her child drove her to this. That's the tragedy, right? Like, she had this random thing happen to her, and it affected her so deeply and emotionally that it scarred her from the inside out, that she becomes this thing, this evil that is determined to make God pay. I like it for your theory a lot, Jen. You know what? I'm gonna have to watch this movie and like think about arguments to actually redeem the dad, like the guy, to see if it, like, yeah, no, it's all Holly. It's just her. Go ahead, Jen.
Fuck her. She deserves 1,000 plagues.
Well, now,
I told you, cast her in jelly or something. Like, make people slap her and spit on her and treat her like shit for all of eternity.
okay, so here's my other question. So we've established you have no sympathy to Holly. What about Keller and how he treats Alex?
Ooh.
Is that where we bend the rules?
I've been thinking about this. It was actually going to be part of my ending head scratcher, so this is good timing.
Yeah.
I've been thinking about this. And I'm still thinking about it, to be honest.
Clearly.
It's a really tough decision. You have no reason to doubt yourself that this person either did or is 100% involved in the abduction of your daughter. Now, the cops are going to do what they can, but they're kind of limited due to governmental regulations and this and that, right? You can get them, you get them, and now you need the information. I think I'm okay with it. It's kind of like you walked up to the den and you poked the damn bear by taking the cub away from the den. Like, I would not be, if it was me, if it was my position and I ended up, and my daughter was kidnapped and all this stuff, I would do whatever I can to get her back. Plain and simple. 100%. Whatever it fucking took. And the only reason why I'd go that far is because you put me in that position to do so. If I met you on the street, I wouldn't do anything. There would be no need to. But you take my daughter, that's a line crossed. A big ass line crossed. Go ahead, John. I saw you.
My question to you, Cheeky. why does his pain allow him to do that and not Holly's pain to do what she did?
Very simple. Holly's pain is caused by a natural cause called cancer. Unfortunately, it sucks. It takes a lot of lives. There's no other way to put it. Cancer is cancer. I can't even say it enough or explain it more than that. It is a horrific disease. There's no cure for it. And many people have probably suffered from it. Many people have lost people because of cancer. I don't think a lot of people that lost someone from cancer is like, you know what's a good idea? I'm going to start kidnapping people. I'm going to start kidnapping kids. That's the difference. Her loss was from a natural disease, and although it is painful as hell, no one entered her bubble, her home, or anything to purposely inflict harm on that family. She is entering people's private lives and choosing to inflict harm on that family. You walk into my private domain and try to inflict harm on my family, be prepared to face the fucking consequences. And I don't even know how far I'd be willing to go until I'm ever put in that situation. And I don't think I'm alone on this one. If anyone's listening, this is the thing that's going to get us 1,000 viewers right here. I'm getting so heated even thinking about someone doing shit to me. So that's my argument as to why it's justified for Keller. It is not justified for Holly. Matt.
So it's their heart.
So okay, I want to sidestep Brian for a minute here.
Getting boiling in this place.
Well, it's just Brian, I think you're making an inaccurate argument. So you're right. No. Well, you're arguing the difference between like Keller and Holly, and I agree with you. Holly is evil and she chose to do these things. It was her own choice. Mm-hmm. Whereas Keller was put into this situation and made a choice. Where the justifiability, like what Jin is asking about, where I think it becomes muddied, is he is torturing Alex. And what becomes the debate about it is, what was Alex's true involvement in the taking of these girls? Because that's ultimately what's happening, is he is torturing this
for information.
He's torturing this boy who we know, and I still agree, has the mind of a 10-year-old and can only deliver so much information at a time, or any kind of information. Now, do I think that he could have answered these questions well before in whatever way? And
he would have never been tortured. Very simple. It's like, go to 555 Psychopath Way and you'll find find your daughter.
I'm not here to defend Alex in that sense. Like, yes, I do believe no matter all situations, like he should have been capable of giving some answers. But like we've brought up before, I think with his raising, being raised by Holly, being warped and manipulated by them mentally, he can't. He
and probably seeing them kill kids.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably seen multiple children taken, basically raised with him, and then murdered.
Oh, I'm sure.
I mean, that's. I think that is why he can't answer. But here's what here's the thing with Keller. He is a father. He is not some government agent trying to get information from a terrorist. He is torturing, to some degree, I'm not saying entirely, to some degree, an innocent person. That's not okay, no matter how you look at it. It's never okay under any
He's not innocent, though.
It's never okay under any circumstances to kidnap somebody and torture them, even if your cause is just. That is inhumane. It is borderline evil, if we're going to go that far, if not just saying evil. I'm not saying that it's apples and apples here of what Hawley did and what Keller did, but it's not okay. And I like that at the end of it, when Keller's wife asked, like, if you find him, is he going to jail? And he's like, probably. Like that was Keller's choice. And I think Keller knew that all that really mattered to him was getting his daughter back. The consequences that come after that don't matter as much as having his daughter alive and home. I think he knew he'd go to prison for what he did if he couldn't get away with it.
Does he deserve jail?
Does he deserve jail? Yes. I'm not saying he deserves to be in jail for the rest of his life for kidnapping somebody and torturing them. Like, I mean, but does he deserve jail time? Does he deserve to be punished for breaking the law and beating a human being within an inch of their life, scolding them with hot water? Yeah, absolutely. I think he should be punished for that. To say that he doesn't deserve punishment, that's a bit too far for me. That's a bit ridiculous, because that's implying that just because somebody's child is missing, you are now well within your rights to do whatever is necessary to get answers, to find them. Like, no, you were a private citizen. That's freaking Liam Neeson from Taken showing up and just being like going nuts, right? Like, that's, you can't just do that. You can't do that. And I think that's the beauty of having Loki in this story, because he is the right way of doing things, right? Like, everything that he's doing, he is a great cop at every point. He's doing.
He needs to call for backup more, but yeah, he's a great cop.
But he's doing everything right, and he gets the job done.
With Bob, he screwed up with Bob.
He really screwed up with Bob. Yeah, that's fair. He's not perfect. He makes mistakes, but
that switch.
but he's the example of doing it right.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Keller is the example of doing the right thing the wrong way.
You know, the interesting thing is, once everything's said and done, there's a really good chance that Keller can pair with a lawyer, and at this point basically plead insanity. Because
I don't know if that's the best route for you, but
no, of course it is. I'm pleading insanity because I lost my mind the minute my daughter was missing. I wasn't thinking rationally, and that it's at least going to minimize his sentencing.
I don't think it does. What that does is it forces him into psychiatric ward or a hospital for years. And if he's lucky, he's on it. Like,
it depends how good your lawyer is.
True. I think a good enough lawyer would get him down to, okay, you're going to spend 6 months to a year in prison for what you did.
Yeah, like a Harvey Specter, Mike Ross.
They'll
know what to do.
That's the thing that I. But that's my point. Is he does deserve to be punished on some level. I feel like in an insanity plea
on that, honestly.
But an insanity plea, I mean, sure, he might be able to get away with that, but I don't think it's worth it. I don't think it's doable, because the implications of pleading insanity and the effects of what that means afterwards, versus having a lawyer who's like, okay, you're going to take a plea deal because you're guilty. You know you're guilty. Here's what's going to happen. You're going to go to however many months, years of anger management and, bless you. You're going to go through all of these classes that are going to reteach you how to be a normal person. And you're going to go to jail for however many months or years. And then that's going to be it. I think that is a much, much, much better situation for him, where, I mean, I'll say a 1 to 3 year time frame of being away from his family is much more acceptable, and being able to come back to your children, to your family, and slate's clean.
That's true.
Slate
I'm
is
still
clean.
very
Insanity
torn.
has prolonged effects. Do you remember in, I think it's Gotti, where there's the there's the one mob boss or whatever who pleaded guilty, and now he has to walk around in freaking a bathrobe, and like that's how he has to be.
Oh shit. Was that Sammy the Bull? Was that him?
Could be, yeah. But you know, like that's an example of somebody who pleaded insanity, got away with it, and the implications of what they have to do. That's how he has to spend his public life for the rest of his life.
That's a good point.
You don't want
to. Where you and I kind of clash heads a little is if he deserves jail in general or not.
I say punishment. The person,
because you think what he did is wrong.
It is wrong.
I don't.
Okay.
It is wrong.
It is wrong.
If you remove emotion out of it, so remove the fact that you even know why he's doing what he's doing. It's wrong.
Think about Terrence Howard in this movie.
And I don't know, because I also keep like linking it. It's like everything happens because of choices, right? It's like if you left my family alone, this wouldn't even be a discussion. Plain and simple, I wouldn't know you, you wouldn't know me. Okay? Well, you entered my family, now and now my daughter's missing. Now all I'm doing is I've got you kidnapped. I'm simply just asking you to tell me where my daughter is, and that's it. We're done. Oh, you don't want to listen? Fine. And now it just keeps escalating to where it's like whatever he's doing is because Alex is not giving him the information that he could easily give him.
Right. But that's what makes that right.
It's all stemming to the fact that his daughter was kidnapped.
That's not a justifiable reason to kidnap somebody and torture them.
And torture them.
I'm okay. All I'm saying, Brian, let's keep you in this situation. Hypothetically, you have a child.
Mm-hmm.
That child is kidnapped, taken from you. You've reached this level. You find the person you believe to have done this. You kidnap them. You torture them the exact same ways. Do you expect to walk away with no repercussions? I think that alone, the hesitation is indication of,
I mean, no, in real life, I don't know.
That's what we're talking about is real life with this.
I'm just saying, like, I'm not sure. Like, I've got Uncle James, so I at least have an attorney I can reach out to, but
you can only do so much, bro.
I agree. So at that point, I think what I would do is me personally, I would plead not guilty and take it to court. Express my story to the jury and let the jury decide.
Okay. Leaving that argument for me, if I'm in that situation, my rationale for why I would plead guilty and take a plea, because it's going to be, in theory, much less, it's going to be a little bit lighter, a little more lenient than what would happen if I say not guilty and then it's proven that I am guilty, is because
the odds of you see me, I'm looking at it.
But he's done it. Like, here's the thing. He did it. There is plenty of evidence, no matter how you look at it. He's going to be seen as guilty.
The jury could say, we know he did it, but we're still going to say not guilty because we know why you did it. So you're basically you're putting your odds in favor of your peers. And I guarantee you, most people will look and be like, what he did was wrong, but look at what they did to his family and all that.
You don't get to choose the jury.
I don't get to choose. I know that.
The lawyers do.
Mm-hmm.
Not think that the people who are the plaintiffs are going to try and find people who are like, yeah, this guy kidnapped somebody and beat the shit out of him. No, he's totally guilty. He's a bad man.
Though I'm sure they'll try. Yeah.
But now it's up to your lawyer to convince all of those people that the thing that they're saying you did, one, you didn't do, and two, if you did do it, it was for a good reason. Like,
I don't. It gets hairy, doesn't it?
Well, no, I don't think you can sell that argument. I don't think you can convince 12 people to be like, yeah, this guy, he kidnapped this guy. He beat the shit out of him within an inch of his life. He did all of these things, but it was just because his daughter was missing. That's okay. I don't think you will find 12 people that will unanimously say not guilty to that.
But all I need is one person to say not guilty when most of them are saying guilty, and you've got a hung jury, and I still win.
You don't win. You go on to another case. You get a new set of jurors.
Are you sure? I think
yes.
Hung jury, they're like, it's a hung jury. We got nothing.
No, if you get a hung jury,
unless they appeal.
A hung jury means that there was no decision made. We got to find a new jury and go back and do it again. No decision does not mean you get out of jail free.
It's a tough one, isn't it?
You have to remember.
I'm just saying, man, I'm going to keep fighting you on this one. I hear you and I get it.
You have to
just can't agree with it. And I'm going to keep
fine.
I'm going to keep fighting you on it.
And you have to remember, like, that's your truth. The people aren't going to take. You got people like me. Oh, they're no guilty as F. Like, I don't care what you're like. That's a cute little story. You've seen too many law shows, I think. Like, no, because at some point you have
watch
to
too much Suits.
Like, yeah, and at some point you do have to remove emotions from I think decisions like this. And that's what I'm saying. If you didn't know any background and you just know that this guy kidnapped this boy, tortured him for days.
But I don't know the background story.
No, you don't know
then
why.
that the tables turn and I'm like, well, dude, that you're a fucked up guy.
So therefore it is wrong. Regardless of why somebody chooses to do them, it is wrong. You don't kidnap people and torture them, Cheeky. Regardless of why.
Good Flicka fans, love to hear your thoughts on this debate.
How many people are in favor of Brian? How many people are in favor of the rest of society?
And I hope you learned, don't try to do shit in my household.
You know what? That's true. If we have learned anything tonight, it's do not fuck with Brian or his family. It's not worth it. Brian is without the word saying fuck around and find out.
I hear you paint houses. All right, where are we? Wow, that was
we've tangented it off quite a bit, but I think we're about to the end.
Yeah, I have the ending that I really want to talk about, and then I have quotes left.
Yeah, I don't think I even have any quotes, maybe one.
Okay. So the ending. Do I go with a question or do I go with the statement? I don't know. Okay, I'll say I really like the ending. I think the ending summarizes a lot of the characteristics of the characters really well. And I'll start with Detective Loki. Throughout the entire movie, we've seen that he's very persistent, and he has to, I think if they say that he's solved every one of his cases and you know, he's got to make sure that he finishes the job and all that stuff, right? Well, at the end, we have he shot Holly. He knows that Holly was responsible. The two girls have been reunited with their families, and the only thing that's missing is Keller. There is absolutely zero reason as to why he would go back. He would need to go back to Holly, except for the fact that he's not fully done with the case. He has to keep going. He has to be persistent to finish to figure out more on this case, even though allegedly or in realism, the case is closed. It was all about the missing girls. They're found, and the person who abducted them is killed, and other people have been reunited 26 years later. To me, that's like a close the book. We're good, right? But and I think to a lot of people it would be, but to Detective Loki, he's like, no, there's more. I need to figure this out. And so he goes back to just stare aimlessly at people digging up the property and looking into the forest. It's like that's just how he works. And I'm like, oh, this is really, really well done. And it's like, okay, so that's why he's back there. And now you go into Keller, who his whole thing was just determination. I'll do whatever it takes to get my daughter back. Absolutely whatever it takes. And whatever it took him right into a hole where he happened to find a whistle. And the fact that you've got him being so determined that it dragged him into a hole with a bullet or with a gunshot wound to, I believe it was the leg, right? And he's so determined to still see his daughter that he's fighting to stay alive, and he's doing whatever he can, determination to get out of the hole, where you've got the other one who's so persistent to finish this case. They meet beautifully at the same property. You hear the whistle, and that's the end. You don't have to deal with all the what ifs. You don't have to deal with all the discussion we just had for 20 minutes about should he go to jail? Not like all that is just washed away. And it's two people doing what they do best, persistence and determination, and prisoners. I'm like, that is fucking what an ending. That's my take on it.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I really like this ending. And you're right. I mean, Loki, what's so incredible about him and like his work ethic is he's not done until the job is done.
Yes.
And like you said, yes, we got the bad guy, we got the girls, they're alive. Case closed. We know who Alex really is. We've returned him to his family. They've been reunited. All is well. But there's still the manner of the at least 16 other kids. Who were they?
Yes.
Who do they belong to? Was that one mother that we met early on in the movie, was her child who's been missing for 20 something years? Was that also one of them? Was that Bob? That's another good question. I just thought about that. Like, was her child Bob?
I thought her child was Alex.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Wait, who?
There was the one mother who was watching the tape with that.
That's Alex.
Asking. That was Alex's mom.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, there you go. Yeah, there you go.
I think it's Barry, right?
Mm-hmm. Barry was because she said this is Barry, and then Holly's like, Barry was our first. And then she's like, so many kids, I can't even keep up with the names anymore. I'm like, God, you were just foul.
Well, okay, that's actually wow. That makes it so much nicer that they had that mom in there. I thought she was just like a poor victim that was part of this.
Nope. Everything you see links.
It really does.
To Holly.
Yeah. No, it really does.
The dead body in the basement, the little kid on the bicycle video, the grieving mother, Bob Taylor, all of it to the psychopathic bitch.
Yeah. Yeah. This is a really solid ending because, like you said, the reason that he's there is one, to get more answers so that, they can close other cases.
Mm-hmm.
Two, hopefully they find Keller, and he does. And I love the way that it happens, where I'm curious if he's been trying to blow the whistle while they were all there and they couldn't hear him because there was so many people.
And the music.
Was there music playing?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
They had music going too.
There you go. So maybe that was it. Is like he's stuck in this hole and he knows they can't hear me until that music is done. And he knows somebody is still there, or he hopes somebody is still there. And he's using every last bit of effort that he has to blow that whistle, because you can tell that he is labored. That man has been down there for at least a day. I think maybe 2 at this point. Like,
come back.
Yeah. Oh God. I'm a little mad at you for that, but like that's exactly what's happening there, right? That whistle is fucking throws on that goddamn door. But
yeah.
And also, like you said, I really like that that's where it ends. Is it's very clear Loki finds it.
Yep.
Like they hit you with it like, oh, it's a whistle of the wind. It's a whistle of no, that's a whistle. Like that last look that he gives is like, no, he's recognized it. He knows that it's somewhere. Now he's pinpointing it.
Yep.
But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what happens to Keller at that point. Like that's the end of the story. That's the end of where you needed to be. And I think that's the point of Prisoners, right? This whole movie is, you can really argue who the real prisoners are, damn near everybody to some level. But this ends on the last person being rescued. That's it. Solid ending.
This is perfect.
I wonder what the original ending was without him being rescued. Like if it just ends with Loki sitting on the hospital bed and Keller's wife being like, if you find him, is he going to go to jail? He's a good man. That whole bit, and then it just cuts to black.
Oh, or maybe it doesn't even cut to black. Maybe it cuts to them doing their thing.
Who's they?
I'm sorry, like at Holly's place.
Oh.
They're digging things up, all that stuff. And then they're like, all right, boys, pack it up. It's going to be snowing soon. And so then they start packing things up and start driving away. And then we as the viewers just hear the whistle.
Ooh. So Loki's not there to hear it.
No one's there to hear it.
Oh, that's brutal.
And then it cuts to black.
Yeah. Fuck. That is. I kind of like it. Like that is a dark ending. But
super dark.
Yeah, I kind of like it where it's
I titled this one "Whistle in the Hole," by the way.
Nice.
Fire in the hole.
Yeah.
Anyway, no. So if they're not going to have him rescued, I think that's the way I would have gone with it.
Yeah.
You've been super dark with this film already. Why not just take it to the max, man?
Fuck yeah. That's an NC-17 right there.
There's like a deer sniffing it or something.
Oh my gosh. Too much. Too far. Too far.
That's full circle. Hey, buddy. Remember that deer you shot? Yeah, that was my dad.
He pisses on the car.
Well, then that makes it not so scary.
Anyway, I think that's the way to go. Is you get the same exit scene, just no one there to hear it.
Oh,
I know. I should be writing things.
Do it, man.
thanks guys for that one.
You guys ready for quotes? And then wow, we've been at this one for a while.
Yeah.
Can I just so I hated the ending until you guys said your part. Now I appreciate the ending.
Oh, excellent.
I really, yeah, because I didn't connect it the way that you guys did. And I was like, okay, we're okay with it. Because I was like, that's it. I was so disappointed. I felt like it was just like all this and like this intense ass journey that we just went through. And they're like, just threw us in the pit with them. Like, okay, thanks.
Well, I'm glad we were able to flip it on you.
Yeah, no, I like your guys' perspective. That was very good.
Thank you, Jen.
All right. I'm going to start with this one because this one I feel is the absolute quote of the movie. He stopped being a person when he took our daughters.
No, you would choose that one.
It just that's everything you need to know as to why Keller did what he did. That was it.
Well, the irony too is he stopped being a person when he took Alex.
True.
I'm glad you're not a cop, Cheeky. I think you would let a lot of murderers go. Because they would tell you, like, this is why. And you're like, oh, dude. Let me just take those cuffs off.
You know what? Here's $10. Go get yourself a Snickers.
Yeah, you had a hard time.
You're not you and you're hungry.
Matt, did you have any quotes or no?
I've got one.
Okay.
It was basically at the beginning of the movie. And for me, I thought this was I thought it was going to be kind of the quote of the movie, especially for Keller. He's talking to his son. He's telling him about, all the lessons and things that his dad told him. And he's like, but this is the most important one that he left me with. Be ready. He goes into further explanation of what he means by that.
Right.
But it's the be ready. Because we see that he's a prepper. He's got all of this stuff, but
he's ready for an apocalypse.
He's ready for anything except his children being taken. Right? Yeah. Like that's the irony of it. He's ready for everything but this.
Yep. This one was funny. Do you feel bad for cows when you go to McDonald's?
I didn't hear that.
It's what Eliza or whatever, the Joy's older sister is talking to Ralph
about shooting a deer, and that's when he comes back with, do you feel bad for cows when you go to McDonald's? And this one is so good. Oh, I never even thought of it until they said it. I'm like, holy shit, that's probably true. A lie detector doesn't work if you don't understand the questions. Oh, well said.
And that's another reason that I feed into the whole Alex having this mentality of a 10-year-old thing. Because he said, yes, we tested it, but it doesn't work if he doesn't understand what I'm asking him. Because he would still have a reaction, right? Like, that's the thing. If he asks him a question, whether he knows the answer or not, or says the answer or not, his body would have a reaction.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that it's not, that's an indicator that there's something going on with it.
Yeah. That's all the quotes I wrote. Not a super quotable movie.
Really? Yeah. All right. Well, that seems to be wrapping it up for us. I think we're left with final thoughts and who won the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Which,
listen,
who won the movie is going to be tough.
I know. I'll go. I'll start us off. One of the deepest conversations we've had, I think. Some insanely hot takes tonight. I'm very proud of ourselves on this one. I don't have anything else to say about it. I mean, that's truly the final thoughts. Who won the movie is this is so difficult. I'm gonna have to give my honorable mention is gonna be both to Hugh Jackman and Jake Gyllenhaal. Their performances are just incredible in this movie. And without them, you just don't get the movie that you get. My winner is going to be I got to give it to Roger Deakins. This movie is just it's shot so well. The cinematography is just unbelievable. I mean, the man won an Oscar or was nominated for an Oscar and just so well deserving. So yeah, I got to give it to him. It's just, man, the eerie feeling that this movie provides.
Jen, did you want to go next?
Oh, sure. I really enjoyed this chat, and I feel like I lowballed my score. I think it's worth way more than a 3.6. But that's why we have this podcast. Change lives, change opinions, change lives. Who wins it for me? I have to give it to Jake Gyllenhaal. He did an outstanding job in this, along with like other actors, but the other ones, they just scared me. So I can't root for them and vote them as the number one. So Jake wins it for sure.
Oh man, additional honorable mention is Paul Dano. There's just too many.
Yeah, but
God.
they scare me, so I can't.
Yeah.
Well,
Battle.
you guys said it. We've said it all. Like this is definitely one of the best talks that we've ever had, and this is absolutely why I love doing this with you guys. I mean, this is why we watch movies, right? Like it's to have these conversations, to share all of these thoughts and ideas and things. And my God, like you said, talk about hot takes like this. This is a good one. This was a really good one. Love our theories. Love everything that we were coming up with. This was good. For who wins this movie, I think I'm going to go a little bit opposite here of you, Brian, where my honorable mentions, I want to give it to like the cinematography, directing, writing, like the story itself is so well crafted that as I watch it and being left with questions, it's things that clearly aren't necessarily important to the story overall, but are the type of questions that they make you want to know more about this world. They make you want to know more. It's those are the good kinds of questions a movie should leave you with. Wanting more in those kinds of ways while fulfilling the story exactly the way it needs to. So honorable mention there, but for who wins it, I got to give it to Hugh Jackman. He's on screen the most,
yeah,
and he brings it every time. And Jake, I think what he did great for his character was he got to build his character. I mean, he made Officer Loki, Detective Loki. He made that guy. So the fact that like facial tics, tattoos, and rings were his decision. Director said, absolutely, let's let him. Like those were chosen for a reason by Jake, and he absolutely owned the character. He was Detective Loki. But on an emotional level of how things are started and ended with Keller, I mean, Hugh Jackman just brings it. I mean, he is on it 100% of the time in this movie and just does an incredible job. Of course, shout out to Paul Dano. I'm really surprised with how little he was actually in this movie, given how prominent he is in the promotion and talk of this. But I mean, phenomenal performances all around.
Yeah. I mean, he was in the movie for Paul Dano, very little, but fucking blazes the stage every scene he's in.
Absolutely. for a guy
talk about like making the most of what little you're given.
Yeah, no, I can't remember.
Small parts.
Well, exactly, but it reminds me of, and I think it's my two examples of like people, actors, and things that have made phenomenal roles for themselves out of very little are I can't remember which one it is, but Penn and Teller, the silent one. This guy has made an entire career of being a mute magician. He can speak, but his entire character has no words, and yet he shares everything. The other guy is I can't remember which Marx brother he is. I want to say Harpo, but again, another mute character where he is completely silent every time he is on screen, yet he can carry everything, right? Like that's what Paul Dano is capable of. He doesn't need dialogue. He doesn't need big showy monologues and things. He can have those things, but he doesn't need them. He is a guy who can be given very little and make so much of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, we finally did it. We wrapped this one up after a record-breaking chat, I believe. But that does it. That does it for Prisoners. Jen, thank you for picking this movie because one, I probably wouldn't have picked it for myself, and two, I really enjoyed it. Like I think I mentioned it earlier. Dramas are not things that I'm typically drawn to. I enjoy them, but I don't like picking them for myself. So I thank you. I love when you guys pick new movies for me, especially when they're ones that I really enjoy. So yeah, that wraps us for Prisoners. Tune in next week as we're gonna hopefully be joined with Nick as we discuss the Haunted Mansion, the 2003 Haunted Man 2003 2003 Haunted Mansion, starring Eddie Murphy, among others. So yeah, tune in. You can check us out as we do that chat live here on Twitch at goodflickas.twitch.tv or twitch.tv/goodflickas. Either way, get on twitch.tv, search Goodflickas. You'll find us.
That's the easy way.
That's it. Get on Twitch, search for Goodflickas. You'll find us. And next week we'll be talking about the Haunted Mansion, which is a fun one you don't want to miss out. And if you're curious about any updates or anything else that we may have done, you can find us on Instagram, where you can, give us a follow, give us a like, share us. Let us know we're doing a good job, and that is at good.flickas on Instagram. Send us an email at goodflickas2020@gmail.com, and check out some of our old shows, some of our past shows on YouTube at GoodFlickas. There should be more posting soon. I know I promised some last week that we'd have some this week, but as is life, things have come up and have prevented me, and I apologize for this. But new episodes will be arriving soon. I apologize for the delays for our viewers. But check us out, send us to your friends, and give us a like, give us a follow. Goodflickas, coming to a town near you.
Sharing is caring.
Sharing is caring. But I think that about does it for us. Brian, if you want to send us on our way.
Yeah. Guys, thank you so much for listening. Hope you enjoyed this one. And you know what? We don't kidnap and torture people. We'll see you next week.
He's learning.